Hi. All right. Let's see. The all the lights are very much on. So I might look a little bit like deer in headlights as we start here until we flip it. Hang tight. Mm-mm-mm. Are we there? We are there. Yeah, it's a little bright, but that's okay. It'll just make it easy this way. Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday and happy Creative Listing Day. Hi. Hi. Whoo, so much going on. So much. Lots of fun things happening here as we get ready for Little Craft Fest in Houston in 2 weeks, as we get ready for a release on April 15th, as we get ready for a really big release on May 1st, kind of in celebration of International Scrapbooking Day with a full brand new Layle by Mail collection. When I say full, I mean full. We have two, well, kind of three new types that we've never done before that we're introducing with the release. So anyhow, lots of exciting things going on. Welcome, welcome. If we have not met before, nice to have you here. My name is Layle Konkar. I have a business called Layle by Mail. And just know this is, I'll talk about this in a minute because this looks very different. If you haven't, I guess if you didn't join me last week, looks like I'm in an empty room. Not quite as I anyhow, if we've not met before, hello, Layle by Mail. Layle, no. Layle Konkar. I have a business called Layle by Mail. While I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So we are taking three topics or prompts that I publish on the blog, laylebymail.com. Usually a couple days before we get together, so Thursdays at some point, depending on my day. And we get together here on Saturdays, and I work on those lists. And I do it kind of in a fun, creative way. I always like to say it's something that really anyone can do. All you need to play with us is something to write with and something to write on. Everything else is just icing. Sometimes we're afraid to write because we feel like we have to be Ernest Hemingway. I don't know about you, but I'm not Ernest Hemingway. And I probably have no desire to be Ernest Hemingway either. I just want to write and have fun and kind of tell my story in a super easy, approachable way. So that is what we're doing here today. Let me check out the chat because if you were watching live, I'd love it if you'd pop in the chat and say hello. If you're not watching live and you're watching the replay, it's still so nice to have you. If you're watching the replay, do me a favor and pop in the comments and just say hi so I know you were here. While I'm looking at the chat and kind of greeting everyone, if you haven't already given the video a thumbs up, I would sure love it if you would. All right, let me see. Oh, we've got all kinds of weird hair things going on today. Anyhow, before I check on the chat, let me just explain what's going on behind me, which is nothing. Um, I don't know. Maybe you haven't been with me for a while. Maybe you've never been with me before and you're like, this is really boring. I recently moved my business to a warehouse, which is a huge undertaking, but also a really big deal. And that's kind of a big deal, right? Prior to that, business was run out of our home, which got a little crazy. So moved to a new warehouse. I have now moved my, well, I was all doing my filming for these kinds of things upstairs in my craft room. And part of the move to the warehouse was taking one of the rooms downstairs that we've been using for the business and turning that into a filming studio. Nice thing about that is everything stays set up. And when I say everything stays set up, all the lights, the everything. Now, there are more parts to this to come with two cameras, some software that I'll be able to kind of toggle back and forth so you'll be able to see what I'm doing and see me and all kinds of fun things. But have not, we're just not quite there yet. I have all the equipment. I've had all the equipment for almost 6 months. It's just a matter of getting it all together. But part of that too will be decorating behind me because this is not me, right? And it looks kind of weird, like I'm just in a blank room. Trust me, if I showed you the rest of the room, it is not blank. Just behind me is. So we've got to kind of figure out what I want to do there. Anyhow, with all of that said, welcome to. Let me check out the chat. Let's check out the chat. Hello, Carrie. Nice to see you. She's in Oregon asking what everyone else is up to today. So if you want to pop in the chat and answer Carrie, that's awesome. Hello, Mary C. Plants. Good afternoon. It's Saturday at the Masters here in Augusta. Do you live in Augusta? Oh my gosh. So Nick, my husband, big golf fan, big Masters fan. I don't golf. I don't like it. I've tried. Give me one hole and then I'll drive the cart the rest of the time and enjoy a beverage or two. And but love watching the Masters. Love it, love it, love it. I have my fingers crossed that I would really like Rory McIlroy to win again this year. I don't know if he will, but we'll see. Right. So I don't know if we'll get any watching of the Masters in this weekend. Well, when I say we, I mean me. I know Nick will. He's working in the yard right now, my husband, but I'm sure he'll have that on any minute. We've got some work to do at the warehouse, some things to hang, still more functional, decorative. But anyhow, hopefully getting some Masters viewing in at some point or the other, right? 77 where she is, headed for a high of 82 with no rain in sight, which is fabulous for the Masters. I could even pretend this was not planned, that I chose my colors for the Masters today, but I didn't. Hello, Bernadine from Colorado. Nice to see you. Paula and Shane, hello. Jillian Floodstrom, Joy Blaufus, hello, hello. Marilee, good morning. Marilee, it's cloudy where she is in Northern California. Hoping the rain stays away. She's participating in a craft garage sale. That sounds like fun. Hello, Miss Sarah Foss, Southern California. Her HVAC is getting fixed. See, we share all kinds of things here, right? Wonderful. I love that for you. Brenda, hello. Julianne Bennett, rainy Nova Scotia, where it's a balmy 7 Celsius. Now, Julianne, I have no idea what Celsius is. I think that's probably colder. Colder? Yes. I think if I remember Vicky telling me at some point, oh my gosh, it's 18 degrees Celsius. And I'm like, okay. And that was on the much, much, much warmer end. So I'm taking it that is a little chilly where you are. Stay warm. Don't go outside. Um, let's see. Good morning, Patricia. Hello, Julie. Central Coast of California. Jane Kant. So Jane. I think one of the lists today is one that you had suggested a long time ago. So we'll see when we get there. But I think so. I think that's what I had written down. We'll see. Nice to have you. Hello, Miss Amy Sonneman. Amy is, if you don't know, my right hand, left hand, sometimes right foot, left foot. But she is, that sounded weird. She is a huge part of my business. Amazing help. Does a lot of sourcing for us and working with all of the different manufacturers and factories and things like that, which makes life so much easier for me. Anyhow, welcome, Amy. Amy, if you are watching live in the chat, is her name is in blue, and Amy will be helping to facilitate for us in the chat. So if there are questions and I miss them, Amy pretty much knows the answer and will answer. And then she will also be adding links to the chat. So as I am working with different products, she will be adding links. So most of the products, really all anymore, all the products I will be using today, you'll find on my website at laylebymail.com. In the description video below, there is a link in the, let's try that again, show you the products that I'm using. We're trying to help you, right? We're trying to enable you if you have some shopping you think you want to do. What's going on there? Am I slowing down? Hold on. Let's see. Let me scroll to the very end. Yeah. It's buffering here too. Well, gosh darn it. Golly darn it. Golly darn it. Hang on, friends. Yeah, buffering. Why? Why are we buffering today? Why are we buffering today? No buffering. See, isn't that interesting? Done buffering, but blurry. Some of you are having buffering, some of you are not. Um, Bizarre. So I think we're still at two. What the heck is going on? Ugh. Ugh. All right, friends, hang tight. Hang tight. You could see me skipping and now back to normal. All right. Well, yeah. Nick's not trying. I know, right? Is Nick trying to stream the Masters in the backyard? Yeah, no, he's not. But darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, friends. So what the heck's going on? Well, I can't live with blurry, and I also can't live with yeah, no, I can't. What's going on? Internet. Oh, so frustrating. Oh, so frustrating. So let's do this. Hey, I mean, here's the thing. There's nothing. There is nothing. Oh, please. Okay, I'm going to do now. We are going to do this just in case. I'm going to do this where I have rotated, and I'm going to put this right here just in case. just in case it decides to participate. Oh, hey, guess what? What do you know? What do you know? Well, friends, I am back. No clue, right? Guess what? I did nothing except maybe say a little prayer. Remember that song? I won't sing it, but you remember that song, We'll Say a Little Prayer for You? Maybe some of you were saying a little prayer for me, and that is why that we are back. Lord only knows. Lord only knows. Or maybe Reggie. Maybe Reggie's angry with me. Reggie's the cat, not the husband. Maybe Reggie is angry and he is deciding that he wants to, throw us for a loop. Anyhow, so guess what? I just decided. So I had flipped the camera and I had put up a little sign that said, "I'll be back in case." While I was, I don't know, running up the stairs trying to figure something out. Um, but I already flipped the camera. So guess what we're going to do? We are going to um, I'm going to say welcome to everyone. How about that? Welcome to everyone. If you were here for the first time, technical difficulties, I don't, whatever. It is what it is. So, my phone is plugged in, so we are good. And I think we're going to be ready to roll. Okay. Okay. Sound a lot better this week, feeling better. So, Sarah, let's just talk about that a little bit for a minute because I'm going to need your help today, everyone. And really not only today, but really, I'm going to need your help at any time that I am with you live here on YouTube. I mentioned on my last one, I actually that I went to an ENT, an ear, nose, and throat doctor, based on the recommendation of my primary care doctor. Um, I went before I went to Japan, so maybe about a month ago, and scoped said I have a space between my vocal cords, and so he sent me to a voice therapist. I had my voice therapy appointment, my first one earlier this week, like a speech therapist, but it focuses on your voice, not on your speech. And she told me that because I am a professional voice actor, that's what she called me. I'm like, that's not me. She said, "Do you use your voice for business? And does your business rely on your voice? When I told her what I do, you're teaching in person a lot, you're doing YouTube lives a lot." And I said, "Yes." She said, "You're a professional voice actor. So we're going to treat you differently than we would treat someone else." You may or may not have noticed that my voice is really scratchy. That usually happens usually in November, after I've done a long stint of in person teaching, probably about 3 months worth, and usually takes about a month to go away and then it goes away. Well, this time it has never gone away. And my voice therapist thinks that what happened is that at one point in there, when I was sick after all the travel at the end of November, and then had walking pneumonia in January, that I did it to myself because I really, really, really strained my voice while trying to talk with my voice not doing well. So she says I'm working on some different exercises, but one of the things she told me was, "Layle, when you are live on YouTube for like five," I know, professional voice actor, right? Look at me. um, okay, hold on. Are we good? Are we still good, friends? I think we're still good. So let's just see. I can still see me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, we lost all kinds of friends. Oh well, technical difficulties. I hate to lose people, but can you hear me? Can you hear me? You good? You have sound. Okay, so I think what's happening. Anyone that doesn't have sound, I think I'm going to say at this point that they probably maybe are a little bit behind us. All right, you guys. Thanks for responding. Anyhow, that I need to take a drink about every 15 minutes while we're working because usually what happens, I am speaking I'm speaking on our lives sometimes for 3 hours straight, 4 hours straight, 5 hours straight without any even pause, really. Because if I don't speak, then you guys think that you lost me, right? Or that I lost you because there's no sound. So maybe this is a good reminder for all of us. I have brought two big things of water down with me, and I am going to be trying to take a sip every 15 minutes. I don't have an alarm, don't worry. Um, but that's my goal. I think we should start out. Let's start out with a prize. Let's start out with two prizes. So, if you haven't been with me before, I love to give things away. You guys have all helped me get to a point in my business where I am able to do lots of giveaways. And so we're going to start out with two today. Those of you that decided to stick with me while we were having, some technical difficulties. These are live prizes, live giveaways. The way that you participate in a live giveaway is through the chat. All right. So you want to pipe up in the chat and you want to just, I don't know, share whatever you'd like to share. And when I'm done kind of explaining the prizes and explaining where these first two are from, then I will stop and I will just scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops twice, those will be our two winners. Speaking of prizes, this morning I did post on the blog at laylebymail.com our post party prizes, our post party prize winners from the our anniversary celebration, our 6th anniversary celebration that we did in March. So I have posted the winners there. If you're curious if you won or not, there's 20. We did 40 prizes that weekend. So there were 20 live prizes and 20 after party prizes. So I drew those this morning, screenshots of the people that won, and you will see that laylebymail.com on the blog. Our first two prizes, I'm giving you a little sneak peek. April 15th. So a little bit, definitely less than a week away, right? Oh, April 15th. That also happens to be tax day, which don't even get me started on that because that is something that did not make me smile this week, our tax bill. Anyhow, April 15th, we'll try to put a smile on your face after taxes. But April 15th, we have our April product release at Layle by Mail. We have, oh my gosh, I think 4 or 5 stamps, one new metal die. We have 2 stickers and 4 pins, pins, 4 beautiful enamel pins. So I thought what I'd do today is maybe show you the first of the 2 4 enamel pins, and we're going to give 2 away. Lots of questions about this line, and this is I'll be using the very first in our list today. This is Color Me Happy. Color Me Happy. You'll find that on my website. You'll find it in the link below in the description of the video, what I'm using. And Amy popped that in the chat. Amy, will you do me a favor and pop that in the chat again? All right. So 2 new enamel pins. You guys, they're so cute. I'll show you. Well, I don't even know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see which one to show you first. I'll take it out of the bag though, so we don't get so much shine. This is a new Layle by Mail enamel pin. That's about an inch tall. Nice silver accents all the way around. Beautiful, nice, high quality. We have a new manufacturer for our pins. So that is our first giveaway, our first live giveaway. And those will be available on the website April 15th. That's one of 4. Here's 2 of 4. So we recently we redesigned our little logo, our little mascot, not our logo, our mascot. That was the OG, the original Scatter the Squirrel, right? And after 6 years, we felt like it was kind of time to, I don't know, maybe spruce him up a bit. So this is the new scatter, and you've seen the new scatter on a couple of different products that have come out in season pass lately, but this is the new scatter. That is the new scatter enamel pin. And he is so cute, just cuter than cute. So those are the 2 prizes I'll do right now. And you'll find both of those new pins along with 2 others, super colorful ones. Well, one is really colorful, laylebymail.com on April 15th. All right. Aren't they cute? Yes, yes, yes. All right. So our 2 winners. And what I will ask you to do, if you win a prize, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please tell me the prize that you want. I know, sorry, not the prize that you want. No, no, no. The prize that you won. Slight slip of tongue there. The prize that you won. And in the body of your email, please tell us your name and address, and the team will get that shipped off to you. All right, let's see what we have. Let's see. First one is going to Kendra Murray. Gosh, it's going so fast. Kendra, you win the Layle by Mail pin, since that's the first one I showed. So let me just write this in my little notebook here. Kendra Murray, LBM pin is Kendra Murray. Congratulations, Kendra. And our second winner of the new scatter pin is, all right, let's see. Let me scroll to the bottom again, just so everyone has equal opportunity. Scrolling up, and Paula and Shane. Paula and Shane. Congrats, you guys. Okay, scatter pin. Oh no, yeah. Anyhow, normally I don't do really giveaways right off the bat, but I just wanted to just kind of give you a little carrot, dangle a little carrot for, working our way through the working our I'm going to show you another. I got to show you another sneak peek. Working our way through technical difficulties this morning. So somebody just said, Julie said, love the new scatter. How about a Reggie pin? So, you know what? We need to do a Reggie pin, but guess what? We already have the artwork for the Reggie pin. We already have two different artworks for Reggie pin because I'm going to show you. I'll show you two more sneak peeks because what I don't think I told you was two new stickers. And guess who the stickers are up? Two new stickers. Again, it's hard for me to keep secret. So these are both also part of the April 15th release. There is Reggie. Look at him. Isn't he so cute? He's darling. That's Reggie. Becky, my graphic designer, did an amazing job. So that's one Reggie, right? He's kind of looking a little, I don't know, mischievous, right? So there's one Reggie, new vinyl sticker. Now watch this one. This is the other Reggie. Looking, maybe he got in trouble. Maybe he got in trouble because now he's looking like probably what happened. He probably woke me up at 1 in the morning to eat or to watch him while he was social eating because he's a social eater. He's looking a little, I'm sorry, mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And if you, this style right here, kind of with some flowers on, he rolled in rub-ons, right? He's been rolling in the flowers. You are going to see kind of this style on some products coming out in the next couple months. Aren't those awesome? Super cute, right? So those you will see also part of the also part. Look at what he's. This is clipping him. That little cat clip is clipping those little stickers over here on my one of my little things. So all right, well there we go. There's some sneak peeks. There's some sneak peeks of what's coming April 15th. All right. Someone has been rolling through the scrapbook supplies, and yes, you know what? That would be Reggie. And that'd be a cat. So, what does Sam think of Reggie stickers? Sam is our younger son. It is actually Sam's cat that has been living with us for the last 2 years. So, he's now my cat. Anyhow, he hasn't seen them yet because he was working out of town all week, all last week. So he just got home last night. So he has not seen them yet. I know Reggie in the bucket. It could be a whole right. It could be like a whole series. All right. So let's get going. Let's start working on our first list, and then as we're going, we'll kind of maybe talk about some housekeeping items as we go. All right. Okay. So, our first list, we are making use of products from the Color Me Happy collection from Simple Stories. It's designed by my friend Kelly Bangs. And if you are not familiar with Kelly's work, she's incredibly talented. She definitely has a style that is very specific to her. So, if you're familiar with Simple Stories products and you start kind of looking at some of their products, you will start to recognize Kelly's artwork. One of the things she's really known for her beautiful kind of floral clusters, and that is what we're embracing today in our first list. Our first list for today is things that made me smile this week, right? Things that made me smile this week. And after I picked that listing topic, I started thinking, you know what? I wonder if people are going to think that that's glimmers. And I said to myself, I bet someone's going to say to me, Layle, well, how is that different than a glimmer? And one of the things I always say to you is you do you. So if you're like, well, glimmers in my life and things that made me smile, same thing. For me, not necessarily the same thing. One of the things on my things that made me smile this week list is vacuuming sawdust in the garage. Now, that is not a glimmer in my world by any means, but I love to vacuum. And Nick was working on a project for me, both for this room and for the warehouse. Uh, and there was a lot of sawdust. So I was using the shop vac to clean up the sawdust, and that just put a smile on my face. I love to vacuum. I think it's because you can see like instant progress. There's a mess, and then you vacuum with a shop vac, and then it's clean, right? So I'm in the garage, probably looking like a mad woman, vacuuming. the sawdust with the shop vac with a big smile on my face. So for me, not the same, but they could be the same, right? They could be the same things that make you smile. Could also be things that are glimmers in your world, but for me, different. So that's what I'm doing. If you want to switch things up, you know that you always can. And if you're like, oh, I don't know what makes me smile, but I know what my glimmers are, then make it a glimmer list. When we talk about this collection, Color Me Happy, and it is a collection that is still available on my website at Layle by Mail. Let's look at a couple of different ways that I have used it. So I think this was maybe the first time I had used it. No, it actually isn't. Let me talk about this one while I'm looking for another one. This was a list that we did as part of our anniversary celebration. This was house projects, right? So nice bright colors. These houses were stickers and die cuts in the collection. Border sticker there. When we were making our list, we were talking about some tips on if you have a sticker and it appears like it's not long enough, some different things that you can do to kind of fill in the space, right? Anyhow. Mom. Okay. Oh, Pam, I'm sorry you're having a rough day, hun. I'm so sorry. It's hard when it's a rough day. But you know what? Here's the deal. Uh, dig in with us. If our first list is maybe perfect for you. Things that made me smile this week. So maybe let's try not to focus on the rough day today, even though I know that may be really hard. Let's focus on things that what brought a smile to your face this week? And you know what? I know one thing did because I responded to your email this morning and added that $25 store credit to your account on my website from the prize that you won last week. So there you go. That's I'll try to counter your rough. Okay, counter your rough, but I hope today gets better for you. All right. Next up, we used it again. Ooh, yes. We used the collection again last week. Oh, good, Pam. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. All right, we used the collection again last week, but look how interesting. This is the same collection, all these beautiful florals as that. This looks totally different, right? I mean, you can see that has kind of the same color palette, right? But looks totally different. So with this collection, a collection like this, you can really take it a lot of different ways. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with this one, Sarah. We used the one of the stamps from the March month by month March stamp set to create that fun background, right? All right, so I know we have used it. It's okay. I know we've used it some other times, but those couple of lists will give you a feel for kind of what we're looking at. So this first list, kind of the rough design for this list was inspired by something that I saw on Instagram this week. And it's funny, you know how Instagram works. It showed it to me, and then it showed it to me again and again and again and again. Excuse me. That means it's time for water break. Um, it was by something called I think the Washi Tape Shop. Washi Tape Shop. If you are ever looking for inspiration, they have amazing artists and designers that use their products in some really, really fun ways. So I'm not using their products here, but I am inspired by one of the designs that they did. So this one has made me things that made me smile this week. This is going to be a 2-page spread, but it's actually really kind of going to be a 3-page spread. So what we're going to do, oh, let's look while we're here. Our list that we did last week. So we already saw one of them. But last week was the first time in March that we'd been together, or excuse me, April, that we'd been together. So we were doing our About Last Month list for March. I used some of the in the box stamps to create little boxes for my list. This is a very different About Last Month list than you may be used to seeing from me, because usually it's just a big run on of lots of different things that happened in my life during the month. There were 4 pretty big things that happened in my life in March. So I decided to kind of focus on those. And because I had a lot of photos, especially our older son getting married, I ended up using tip in tape to do kind of a little waterfall. We also moved to a warehouse. We had an amazing evening, amazing experience with some friends, and then Japan. So that's what we did. Pardon me, I hate to do that, clear my throat while I'm talking with you guys. Hello, Becky. Becky, are you still on vacation? Are you back? You guys, if you've not met Becky Moore, my friend Becky Moore, you'll actually also see her in blue. She was helping kind of facilitate one week, so she is still in blue, and you'll forever be in blue. Sounds like she's heading home from an amazing vacation, I'm sure. Becky is my graphic designer. Becky is graphic designer that I have been working with. Well, we've been working with her, I'd say probably about a year now, but it's really been kind of starting with the winter spring season pass, where you've really seen a lot of Becky's talents. Now, she's been designing my stamps for the last year, but when you start to see paper and icons and things like that, um, season pass, uh, oh, the new collection that we're releasing on May 1st, that's all Becky. Anyhow, and Becky designed those. Becky already showed them. Becky designed those cute little stickers for us too. Anyhow, welcome, Becky. So fun to have you with us. All righty. And then that was our third list. Okay. Oh no, that was our this was our third list, right? Things I've been putting off. That was a fun one too. All right. So, starting out with our first list for today, things that made me smile this week. I have sketched out, which I generally do, all three of my lists, so I have an idea of what I am doing. All right. So, three-ish page list. So what I'm going to do here, I need to get out my trimmer. So let's do that first. One of my 8012 trimmers. Let's use this one today. We're going to use this one because nothing else is stacked on it. So I know I want to use this one for sure. Maybe this one. So I need to start out by trimming this to 4 3/4 inches wide. This is from the 6x8 paper pad from Color Me Happy. When a 6x8 paper pad exists, and you might see a Layle by Mail one that exists on May 1st, hint, hint. When a 6x8 paper pad exists, I like to use a 6x8 paper pad because I am working in a standard wide traveler's notebook. Okay. So standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall, 5 1/4 by 8. This is 6x8, which means I only have to trim the width, uh, not the height at all. My pattern is scaled down to size. For example, what I mean by that, if this was a 12x12 sheet, this flower in the corner would be much larger on a 12x12 sheet. So patterns scale down to size. So if we're working in a smaller area, we get more of the pattern. And then I have very little to trim. But in this case, I need to trim a little bit from the left and the right because I would like for this beautiful design to be centered. So if I want this to be 4 3/4, I need to trim it. This is 6. This is usually what I do. I'm going to trim half and a half. And then I think that I need, let's see, half and a half. I'm not really going to do the maths today, friends. Half and a half. And then, oh yeah, an eighth and an eighth, right? So I did that. And now we'll come over here and get our other eighth. So that is now nice and centered. Pattern's nice and centered for my gosh, I'm having that same weird thing going on again. Were you guys with me last week? And I thought it was my glasses. I had some new glasses on. And yeah, no, it's dead on. Everything just, I don't know, maybe it's the room. Everything looks like it's much wider at the bottom than the top. Is that straight? Hold on. This is really going to bother me. It's okay. It's a little tiny bit off. So let's just see if we can fix that. I don't know. I can usually tell if things on the wall are not level by like 1/100th of an inch. It kind of screams out to me. So, all right. So this one is going to go over here based on my sketch. We're going to do this guy here. Yeah, this guy's going to go here. I need to grab my corner rounder. I'm really going to try to be gentle as I open my drawers because they are metal. My new kind of work surface here is a big giant husky. It is a husky, I don't know, piece, I guess. but it has huge metal drawers that all of my products for our listing are now housed in. And it has soft close drawers. So Amy and I were talking about that this week, that it tends to, last week, the first time I'd kind of been in this new room, not new room because the room's been here a long time, but it's new setup. Anytime I opened and closed the drawers, it was the table was kind of shaking, right? All right, so we are going to grab our tape runner and I am going to adhere this sheet to the left page. I rounded those outside corners because the corners of my Traveler's Notebook insert are rounded. So I like to kind of have rounded corners there. All right. So now this page over here is probably going to be, it's going to be this. I need something that's really pretty subtle here based on my plan for this in between page. So we're going to go ahead and trim this guy down also to 4 3/4. I am not going to do my actual list on here. All right. I won't do my actual list on here. It'll be kind of a background paper for me, but I still need to cut it anyway. When it goes live, let's see, who just asked that? Paper Made Bakery said, hey, do we know when the April release goes live? So it's April 15th, and it will go live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time. All right. And then that evening, April 15th at night, in case you need a real distraction from the check that maybe you just had to write to the IRS if you live in the United States, because that is our tax day. I will be doing a live unboxing or reveal. So I will go through all the products. I will show you some projects that have been created using them. I have been playing with one of the new products. In fact, I will show you. I won't tell you what it is, but we'll just see if you can guess. I mean, I'll just put it up. Oh, it's not in this one. It's in this one. You may have seen I posted this on Instagram earlier this week, but there is a new stamp and die set on this little spread here. So this was a kind of junk journal spread. Uh, as I'm digging into documenting the amazing trip to Japan, but there is a new stamp and die set on there. All right, for April. All right. Okay, so back to here. Let's go ahead and add this little guy. That's a beautiful pattern on the back side too. Sometimes it's hard to decide, isn't it, what we want to use? Oh, don't put that there, Lil. Almost had to peel that off. That was not going to be good because I'm doing a little in-between page. All right, so there we go. We even? We're even. Okay, so now I need to grab out a self-healing cutting mat. That may be a blast from the past for many of you, right? That's a self-healing cutting mat from a brand called Making Memories. Oh my gosh, they were like the it brand back in the day, right? And when I say back in the day, I want to say maybe, oh my gosh, 2000, 1995 to 2005, maybe, right? Yeah. Mm-mm. Okay, had some water. All right. Every 15 minutes. Yeah. She has no idea. My voice therapist has no idea how difficult that is. Oh, okay. Had to think. I thought maybe I didn't have that tool that I needed down here yet, but I do. Okay. So I brought out a self-healing cutting mat. I have also brought out a craft knife. All right. This is just a little retractable one, but little craft knife. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut out a shape in this in-between page, in my in-between page here. So it'll kind of be a peekaboo to what's going on over here on the other side. Lots of doodads. I know Kathy, Making Memories back in the day, made a lot of doodads. They were the first one, interestingly enough. They were a Utah company, so I just know this. I just remembered this. But it was woman-owned company, and she started out by making Um, she started out by making, um, oh my gosh, what are the the little holes that you could put things through? Oh my gosh, somebody help me. I just totally lost that. All right, it'll come to me. So one of you is going to know. They're not brats. The little holes, the little things that you would eyelets. Thank you, Kathy. Eyelets. Yes, eyelets. So they were really the first company, the first paper crafting, scrapbooking company to introduce eyelets. And she told a story. I read an article about her way back when, that the way that she came up with that concept was she was hiking, and her hiking boots that you put your shoelaces through. Right now, look at those. Kind of think of eyelets. Made her think, hey, that would be a really fun product to create for the paper crafting industry. So she did eyelets. Yes. All right. So I am going to do my best here to just roughly sketch, draw, not sketch, an oval that looks more like a russet potato. uh, if you'd like to draw a russet potato too, all you have to do is make it a little wonky over here, and then you too have a russet potato. Oh my gosh. Anyhow, that will be okay for what we're doing, and you'll see why. So now that I've drawn that, I'm going to come in with my little self-healing cutting mat. Self-healing cutting mat, that's a fancy name for mat. It's something that you can just cut into and it's not going to ruin it. You knew when I said russet potato. Some of you were like, Layle, that is not an oval. That looks like a russet potato. I should have said, I'm going to draw a russet potato. All right. So I can cut into this mat and I don't have to worry about, it getting damaged, because that's what it's for. I would never obviously want to cut into my little work surface here, right? So, and usually I start on the right. Unfortunately, I'm going to start on the russet potato side. I don't have to make it so russety. I mean, I don't have anything against russet potatoes. Don't get me wrong. Um, I live in Utah, and we're right next to Idaho, and Idaho is like the land of potato. All right. We keep going this way. And I'm not super worried about the exact shape, or if it's or if it's jagged, or if I push too hard and part of the paper starts to crumble there. I'm not worried. All right. There we go. There's my oval. That still kind of looks like a russet potato, but not as bad. Hey, Amy or Becky, maybe I should send this to you, and this could be our template for a new russet potato die. What do you think? Yeah, in the garbage. Some of you have been commenting about my little sleeves. My shirt that I have on has, I don't, aren't those so fun? Those cuffed sleeves, cuffed cuffs? No, scalloped cuffs, right? Scalloped cuffs. And then it also has scalloped collar. Okay, so now what we need to do, there's my little peekaboo, right? So we can kind of see what's happening over here. Let's take out our black Sharpie. And, we have to do this. Do my outlining. If you wanted to do something like this and you wanted to have look more like an oval, less like a potato, you could do this on a third piece of paper. Instead of using the insert page like I have, right? That's the insert page. You could add another piece of paper in here. You could tip it in, and then maybe you have a template for an oval, or you want to take a little bit more time to create your oval. So you could just tip it in and then do what you need. And then, you know what I mean. But I'm not doing that because you know what? It's art. And you know what else? I don't want to take the time to do something like that. All right, so there's the front and back side of my little guy there. So what I thought I would do here is I'm going to take a bunch of these flowers, these flower die cuts. So these are from the floral die cut pack. The die cut flowers from the collection. This floral bits. All right. So there's 58 flowers in there, all different shapes and sizes and colors, some singles, some clusters. All right. Hello, Bonnie from Boise. It's like I just knew. Am I going to cover the russet potato hole with flowers? Louise said that's exactly what I'm going to do. And you know what? If I had told you well, I didn't know it was going to be a russet potato, did I? But if I had said in the email or in the blog post, hey, I'm going to create a russet potato, I'm going to show you how to work with russet potatoes, you guys would all laugh, or you'd be like, yeah, I think I'm going to skip today. I am. So basically, I am going to create well, I already have my peek through window, but I'm going to make it look a little bit nicer, right? And this is why I said it's not really going to matter what that shape is, because as I kind of fill that in, we're not even going to see the fullness of the potato. We're going to see just part of it. So I'm just taking a bunch of those guys and filling in here. We'll kind of get everything placed. Notice how I also wasn't really worried. Some of you were like, uh-oh, Layle, it's not even from top to bottom. I wasn't worried about that either. So I knew that we would start filling in. We're going to have everything filled in here. Maybe actually, maybe we want to do something like this here. These florals are perfect for this, especially some of the big ones, right? Because I don't even have to do much with the big ones. When we look at it like that, I feel like we might need, no, we'll put one of these up here. And I haven't picked ahead of time which flowers I wanted to use. I'm just kind of looking at whatever is on my little work surface here. This we know needs to go up a bit. Now that little guy works there. And now we just need one more piece to go right there. So let's see, maybe this little green one. There we go. That kind of brings it in nicely. I kind of feel like this guy down here might be a little large. Now, if you don't like flowers, this certainly is not going to be for you because we've got all the flowers here and we've got all the flowers here. But you could do this with pattern paper and a punch. You could take like a circle punch and punch out different patterns and do something like this around your edges. I want this to be actually a little bit shorter because now that I think about it, I want to stamp something down here. So let's maybe just fill in with a couple of these singles. Ooh, this is a nice one right there. Hmm. All right, so I think I need a different color than that one because we have a lot of blue down here. So let's look for, I would love to add some more orange because I love the orange, but same thing. I have a lot of orange on either side. So we need a flower in here to kind of separate. Cute, pretty, but too much orange. So I think really what we need, I think we need a little green guy or that. So that might work, but I'm thinking we probably need a green down here. Green it is. And then I feel like we might need one more, maybe one of these little stems to come out. Because we've got some poker outers, right? We've got some things that are poking out there. I think we need a poker outer up there. That's the technical term for it, a poker outer. All right, probably not that one. What if we go with, no, don't want the blue. Well, we might end up with blue, right? Our poker outers tend to be green and blue. All right, and then I feel like we'll do our little stamping down here. Okay, so now I go, oh geez. So we took a few minutes, right? We took a few minutes to figure out the placement. And as we look at everything, I feel like the green works because we have a visual triangle of green, 1, 2, 3. The orange works because we have 1, 2, 3 orange. And the pink works because we have 1, 2, 3 pink, right? So if you're ever kind of working on layering and you have a lot of different pieces and you're like, oh, I'm not sure this doesn't look quite right, maybe look at that. You're trying to create visual triangles. And that's when we look here, if you step back, and when I step back and just look at kind of my view, as opposed to looking at it directly, I can see my eye is drawn to the green, my eye is drawn to the pink, my eye is drawn to the orange. So that visual triangle in terms of the placement is really kind kind of helping it all go together. And it looks a little imbalanced right now, but I'm going to put something down here. But so I've spent time getting all those in the right place. And then I'm like, oh, shoot. Well, now I have to pick each one of those off and try to get them back in the right place. And that's never going to happen, right? Because I'll never get them back in the right place that I had originally placed them. So I'm going to use this little highlighter tape. Highlighter tape, I'm basically coming in and just attaching all these pieces together. This highlighter tape is removable, it's repositionable. It's getting to the point, you guys, where I won't be able to carry this any longer. So, because the distributor where I get it only sells them in packs of six, and the packs of six are six different colors. I can no longer buy them in one color, and I hesitate to do a pack of six because I think most people don't want to buy six. And I think you want to buy one color. And then if I split out the colors, then, we'll sell through all of one or two colors and then be left with lots of different colors. So I'll continue to use this product because I think it's rather amazing. But one thing I'm going to do here, it is looking very bottom heavy to me. See how those large clusters are right next to each other? So what that tells me is I probably need to come in and fix these. And sometimes you don't notice things like that until you actually start working with it. So what if this guy comes up here? I'm super narrow in here, so it's a little bit, let's see, this guy now will come back here, right? And this guy here. We better that way? I feel like it's better that way. I feel like it looks a little bit more balanced that way. Okay, keep going. Excuse me. You could do this with stickers. And in fact, when I mentioned the Instagram post that I was inspired by with this, they had used stickers. We got to add a little bit more over here because it's super top heavy there. They had used stickers to do this. So stickers, die cuts, you could use circle punches, anything like that. I think we'll wait on these guys. We'll go back and add those when we need them. So we are maybe a little something right here because it just seems like it's a little, well, let's do this. I just took all of those individual die cuts, right? All individual die cuts. And now by using that tape, I turned them into one, right? I've turned them into one. So I can now work with them as one. We can see right here, there's a big hole, right? And I can add my adhesive accordingly without having to have picked all of those back up again, one by one, and try to place them again. That just makes life so easy, especially if you're someone that maybe struggles with layering. Once you kind of get everything where you want it to go, then uh, using that highlighter tape really helps. Now, you can do that with washi tape. However, washi tape sometimes, and you probably know if you've done this before, sometimes washi tape will pick up the pattern of the paper. It'll pull it back off. This highlighter tape is designed for, oh, wait, we were over here, right? Were we here? We were here. I know we were there. I just wanted to see what it would look like upside down. So one thing I need to do, this guy is too wide, right? So normally I would pull back out my self-healing cutting mat and cut that, but I'm not. All right. There we go. I think I made that a little high. Let's see if we can pull that back off very quickly. Very, very quickly. And I say quick because that glue pen that I used it takes a minute to dry. So while it's still blue, it is repositionable, but as soon as it turns white, it is now adhered. So, all right, let's drop this down a little bit more here. All right. Ooh, 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 look what we did back here. So right now we need to come back in and do this. We are just going to cover up the back sides of those flowers. I will need to come in and add a little bit of extra adhesive. So we're going to end up with a peekaboo on both sides. And sometimes you're like, well, Lael, how do you decide what you put on one side and what you put on the other here versus the other side? And I say, well, I don't know. There is something that is going to be framed right there. So we'll see that in a minute. I'm using lots of these flowers. And you'll notice I'm not completely covering up all the pieces, just trying to get enough covered up so that I don't have a problem with things either sticking since they already adhered to the other side or looking blank. And I'm okay if a little bit of that is white. All right, we'll put this guy here, make sure. No, I'm showing a little bit. I don't want that part to show. So let's go ahead and reposition this guy again. We won't be worried about really any white showing over here. And let's see what else we want to do. Another way that you could kind of do something similar, maybe you have a lot of different flowers. Maybe you have flower stickers left over from different collections, or maybe you have flower die cuts left over from different collections. Could totally mix them, right? I don't want to get too far here because over here, we know we've got to fill in some spaces. So let's get our spaces filled in and then we'll keep playing. It's definitely going to be a really colorful spread here, right? Super colorful. All right, we need something else coming out of down here. And notice how I'm tucking those little branches underneath so we don't have branches just kind of sticking out willy-nilly. Nobody wants willy-nilly branches. Okay, I think we're pretty good. Like I said, I'll stamp down here. We want to come in and remove some of the pieces that are sticking, not remove, just cut them, have them bleed off the edge like that. All right, so now we're ready to pull off this highlighter tape. I don't know. Some people say you can use press and seal to do the same thing. I've never tried that, but you can experiment. If you have highlighter tape, then use it. Just if you're using washi, just be really careful. Because if you've ever had that happen, you put washi on something and peel it off and it actually peels off part of the pattern with it. You don't want to do that, right? All right. Here, I need to trim off these little guys. Okay. How are we doing this Saturday, friends? It is, to believe it, it's freaking almost mid-April. I can't believe it. Yesterday, 100 days. Yesterday was the 100th day of 2026, which is kind of crazy. Some of us, it feels like it might be the third day, and some of us feels like it might be the 3,100th day, right? Okay. Oh, one more. One more. Okay. And you'll see what I do there. I just keep putting it around the edge of that. Where did my month go already, right? I know. Isn't that crazy? My potato looks amazing. Oh, that's fun. Yes, Mary C. Plan said countdown to Little Craft Fest for some of us. Little Craft Fest. That is in 2 weeks in Conroe, Texas, a suburb of Houston. Tabitha, the winner has not been announced yet. So, what Tabitha is asking about, I am one of the bronze sponsors of Little Craft Fest this year, and as part of that, partnered with Little Craft Place, Little Craft Fest. Ooh, no, to do a giveaway for a 3-day pass to the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle. And that will be announced today. I need to pick the random winner today, and then I will let Little Craft Fest know, and then they will post. So it has not been announced yet. All right. So my potato is looking potatoy. But my potato's looking like I already cut part of the potato off, right? Let's get some more adhesive in there since I pulled that off. All right. So now we're going to do a little bit of stamping. And I have pulled out this guy. This is the All Smiles stamp set. One other thing that I will mention that I just saw that um, Carol said, glad I bought this flower pack with the paper pack. Gorgeous collection. It is beautiful. Now, here's the thing. You might think, Layle, you just used, I don't know, probably a third. I'm going to say it's really about a third of a pack of those flowers because I had used some of the flowers before. So I probably used about a third of the pack of those flowers. And you might think, Layle, that is way too much to use on something, on just one project. If that is you, you can always do things like this. You can always get the pattern paper and do your fussy cutting, right? You could fussy cut because generally in a design like this, you will find the flowers all through. You'll find the flowers all through the collection. So fussy cutting, even though it's sometimes not your favorite, it would be a way to do the same thing. This is so funny. When I look ahead of me at the screen, I get a different perspective of this. And I see right there, there's a big old hole, right? So we need to fill that. Oh, much better. I don't see those things sometimes when I'm looking top down, but when I look that way, I can see. All right, so we need to do some stamping, and I am using the All Smiles stamp set. There are two versions of this stamp set. One is called All Smiles, and one is called Bad Day. All right, All Smiles and Bad Day. Bad Day is basically the exact opposite of this stamp set. So All Smiles is very nice, happy-go-lucky. This made me smile, loving this joy, keep smiling, living my best life, totally obsessed, different kinds of like happy things. Bad Day is kind of the opposite, right? Now, I'm going to see one more thing. I'm just going to look here very quickly and see if can I peel this off? Because I feel like this guy is infringing too much in the center of our russet potato. Take this guy off and we're going to we'll leave this guy for a minute. No, we won't. We'll pull him off because he's going to make it so I can't tell. All right, back here. Let's put this guy. This guy needs to be more here, right? There we go. He was just way too much in the center. So it was really out of balance. There we go. I feel like that's better. And now we will come in and cut this part off over here. Trial and error. So, you know, it's funny when you see somebody like on social media. Well, I don't know. That's what I'm going to say. When you see somebody on social media and you see them doing something like this and it goes really fast, just remember that they are editing most likely as they go. They're filming and they do things like that, taking things on and off. That doesn't look right. I need to fix it. Need to do this. Need to do that. Um, it just looks like they're doing it really fast. At least that's what I'm telling myself. All right. So let's see. I have this guy. No. All right. This is going to be my title. This made me smile. And this is going to end up going right over here. Now, I'm not going to stamp it directly on my page. I'm going to stamp it on white cardstock, and then I will cut it out and put it there. And then over here, I have my list. So we need something down here. Keep smiling. Well, there we go. Keep smiling works really well, doesn't it? Made my day the best. This is exciting. Thumbs up. Oh, AT double hockey sticks. Yes. So if there's I think that is the only one thing on here that has a little bit of a swear word. AT double hockey sticks. So if you don't want to use that, you don't have to use that. But sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need that kind of, you know, that kind of saying to make it really powerful. And if not, just don't use it. All right, keep smiling. So let's grab our stamping block. I have already used this stamp set before, meaning I have already primed it or conditioned it for use. I do not need to do anything to get it ready because I've already done that. If you have a brand new stamp set and you have not primed it or conditioned it before you use it, you probably don't like stamping. Isn't that interesting? You probably don't like stamping because your stamps, at least your photopolymer and your acrylic stamps, need to be primed or conditioned before you use them. Hydration break. Mm. All right. Yes, you need a primer conditioner before you use them. And if you're like, wait a minute, Layle, what is this about primary conditioning? I know nothing about this. I've been a stamper for years. I know nothing about it. There is a free class here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through why, because I think the why is really important, right? The why is important. Why do we have to do that? But also the how. Some different ways that you can condition your stamp sets, or you should, right? I just give you a couple of different ways. So I have put that on my little stamping block here, and I am testing it. Really good idea to test before you actually do it, right? Because what if that stamp is really dirty and it's not giving me a nice stamped impression? What if I think, ooh, I don't want to use black? I might want to use a different color. What if I am not super familiar with stamping, or maybe I've never used this stamp before, and I think I need to press a lot harder than I do? So I'm pressing really hard. I'll show you what I mean by that. All kinds of things that you can learn when you are testing. So here I had a little bit of maybe extra ink on there. It's fine on this one, but look at the difference between those two. This one I pressed really hard. A lot of times when we're stamping, we don't know how hard we need to press, how much pressure we need to apply. Usually what I see happen, I see people pressing much harder than they need to when they're stamping. And if you are pressing harder, this one actually doesn't look bad, but sometimes in some of your stamps, especially if it's something like this guy, see this thing's eye and this thing's eye, if you are stamping or pressing too hard, it's totally distorting the look of the stamp. Like that is so blurry. That one's how it's supposed to look. That's super blurry. So all kinds of things like that you can learn by test stamping. You will never regret taking an extra minute to test stamp first, right? If it looks great, then it looks great. Now you feel confident. If it doesn't look great, you can fix whatever it is before you kind of move on, right? And start stamping. Keep smiling. Keep on smiling. If you, Virginia just reminded me, she said she just gave the video a thumbs up. If you are watching, well, guess what? If you heard me say that, then you're watching. If you didn't hear me say that, then you're not watching. And I don't really need to say if you're watching. Give me a thumbs up, please. Give the video a thumbs up. Really, that is one of the best, I won't say best, I will say easiest ways, easiest free ways that you can, not freeway, well, not like a freeway on its car, but freeway. Um, One of the easiest ways that you can support any content creator that you're interacting with, like watching. Thumbs up, easy, right? So if you haven't done it yet, just do it. You know what? We will also use this little guy. Now, this seems silly to me that I would use a little smiley face as a stamp because I drew that. So I could just as easily draw my little smiley face, but I won't do that because then you don't know that there's a cute smiley face on that stamp. Same thing, test it out over here. Looks good. We'll just put our little smiley right there. Okay, keep smiling. Our list, if you just joining, this is things that made me smile this week. Things that made me smile this week. So, those of you going to Little Craft Fest, I am teaching 3 workshops there. In addition to having a booth, we are also vending. But one of my workshops is how to get the most out of your stamps. And that is that will turn into, once I'm done, I'm about halfway done with the class so far. Don't worry, we still have like almost a week, 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks before we get there. But I will end up turning that workshop into a free class here on my YouTube channel. Now, it will not have all the product that goes with it because there's a whole bunch of product in the kit that we'll be using to play. But basically, the first part of that class, we are talking about um, how to use your stamps, how to condition your stamps, prime your stamps before you use them, some tools to help you do that, like a stamp chamois, why that's important, going through lots of different things. And then the second half of class, we're playing. We're playing with stamps, we're playing with rub-ons, we're playing with ink, we're playing with lots of fun things. All right, so now I need a little bit of white cardstock. It's funny, when I'm in this room, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, where is that? What do I have? I need that. Where is it? Not quite exactly where we want everything to be yet. Okay, so we're going to try something. We are going to end up stamping this. This made me smile, which is our title over here. We'll have a subtitle also on the next page. Um, I'm going to try it two ways. I will stamp on this, which is the leftover from this side. And then I will also stamp on white cardstock and see which one I like better. Since I already have the stamp out, I might as well try both ways, right? I am using black. And I'm using black for a very specific reason. There's all kinds of colors I could use to match that or coordinate with that, right? All right, I've got a little blip in the E. So I'm going to just stamp again and see if that was just me or if I need to clean that. Nope, just me. All right, so I'm using black because there's so, whoops, ooh, golly, hold please, hold please, hold please. Oh, phew. Nick, my husband, he's like, now, honey, you need to remember, okay, that this is wood and you can't really clean it maybe as well if you drop something on it. Shh, he'll never know. I cleaned it. It's okay. Whew. All right. I don't know. I can't tell you how many clothes I have ruined by stamping and accidentally doing something like that and dropping it. And then it, is on my clothes. Or remember back in the day, I can't even remember who made them. Somebody made like those little like teardrop shaped ink pads. And I would use them and not put my stuff away right away and inevitably always put my arm down. And I'd end up with a number of clothes that had nice teardrop stained um, nice teardrop stain on the sleeve. All right. So let's see what we think here. The nice thing is whichever of these I don't end up using, I could keep and use down the road. You know what? You already know what this is going to be, don't you? You already know it is going to be the white. I feel like it needs to be the white because it just kind of gets lost here. We need this. Here's a suggestion. If you have your stamps out and your inks out, you might as well do this, right? Maybe stamp a bunch so that next time you want this made me smile for something. Ooh, whoopsie. That one I kind of blurred a little bit. Next time you want this made me smile, you've got lots ready for you. You could also then swap out the colors and do a whole sheet of this made me smiles. Sometimes I want to use stamps, but sometimes uh, I'm like, oh, I don't want to go to the trouble. I don't want to find the color. I don't want to get my stamps out. I don't want to stamp and then clean it and put everything away. So we don't get our stamps. And it's the case with a lot of our products, right? We want to use them, but maybe our metal dies because that's a little bit more involved to get your dies out. So if you are getting your things out, maybe just make a few extra. Make a few extra. You could either store them however you store your stamps. If you store them in the package or if you're storing them in a stamp storage sleeve, you could cut these little guys up and store them in there so you have for later. Um, or maybe you just have a whole little file folder of, or maybe little pouches or something, I don't know, that have your kind of pre stamped things ready to go. It's almost like you made your own embellishments, right? Almost like you've made your own embellishments. And then they're just ready to go for you when you are. Ready when you are. Now, did I give myself enough room there? I think I did. It's funny. Oh, there we go. That'll help, Layle. I don't use this trimmer often. The reason I haven't used this trimmer often is it was in the very back of one of the cabinets in my craft room upstairs. And so I never grabbed it. And now that it's down here, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good trimmer. I need to use that one. All right, so this made me smile. This will go right there. All right. Now, when I think about placement, uh, we can move it just maybe a tad so that when we go this way, we'll still see it. No, it needs to be centered here. You'll see a little bit of a peekaboo when you turn the page. Mm. Okay. And that, because I did that on that white cardstock with the black, it really helps to kind of ground all that, right? There was a lot going on. I mean, there's still a lot going on, but because there's white background here and the black dots, now it all kind of ties it together and helps to break up maybe a lot of that. And because, I have to do this, I'll do my little outlining around that because it just looks naked without it. All right. So now we are ready for over here, our list of the things that made us smile. Now, what I will do later, I'll come back later and add little die cuts for the back of this because really we don't want to leave it kind of raw like that. If I'd been paying attention when I was making my russet potato, I could have kind of thought about where the center is here and where this would be shown so that you would see it on both sides. I mean, you can see made me mile with a little curve. You know what that says. All right. So now we need white cardstock because I'm not going to do my list on there. And really, there's no reason why I'm not, well, there is a reason for me why I'm not going to do my list on there, just because that's a lot for me. Generally, I'm doing my lists on white just because that's the way I am. So I'd like to be able to see those numbers along the edge. And let's see, we're down pretty far here. Let's see what that looks like. That cut is going to be about 3 3/4 by hanging off the edge. 3 3/4. Let's see. 3 3/4 by about 7 1/8. My little pieces like that, when I am adding a base, or excuse me, when I'm adding like white cardstock for my list, something like that, usually end up being 4 by 7, 3 1/4 by 7 1/4. It just varies, but that's usually what it ends up being because I like to see all of that nice pattern around it. Let's do one more thing. Let's grab our color swatches. Sorry if that's shaking while I open those drawers. I am looking, actually, that's probably it. Picked raspberry. I'm looking for an ink color that coordinates kind of with this guy and then the dark pink on here. And it looks like it's picked raspberry. So I am going to grab this and I'm going to take another drink every 15 minutes, right? Thank you, Marilee. All right. Thanks for the reminder. So this is pretty stark right now. I am going to ink the edges. And for some of you, even this is pretty stark, right? That white is pretty stark. If you know me, you know I like a lot of white because this is a lot of color. If you felt like a background like that was too stark, you could use your ink blending tool before you start adding all your flowers and ink that up, right? I could turn that background into any color I wanted by using my ink blending tool. But I like a lot of white, especially with this much color. I feel like it needs a balance. But I am going to use that picked raspberry to, oh, anytime I go to use that, I always forget that I don't have a picked raspberry of this one because it fell off. So I'm going to use my little guide. Well, hold on. We might as well fix this once and for all, right? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to try not to shake things too much. Where are my, I don't know where my little guys are. Okay, I won't do this. I know I have more of my little heads here, right? But I don't know where they are. So I'm going to use this guy. I know it's just a smaller version. I know that that is picked raspberry because I think that happens every time I do this. But what I'm going to do, we're just going to pretend like this is that size. This is the tiny size. This is mini. This is tiny. I am going to pick up a little bit of ink by going in a circular motion on that ink pad. And then I'm going to ink the edges of this. So that's going to help it kind of blend in a little bit more to the background. Now it's white, right? It's not going to blend in, but it's going to help it kind of make it look like I didn't just take a white piece of paper and smack it on the top. It will add a little bit of continuity in that color by doing this. This is pretty much what I use, well, these ink blending tools for, ink blending foam. You can do some amazing things with inks, especially, well, you can do amazing things with inks, different things based on whether it's a dye-based ink or a pigment-based ink, but blending colors and different things like that with those your little foam blending tools. This guy right here, that is one of our products, one of our storage solutions. There are probably, I don't know, 10 to 12 different ink brands that we have for that. And that little storage kit includes the container. It includes 2 sheets based on whatever ink brand that you're selecting. Each sheet will hold up to 20 of the little minis, your little mini, as opposed to tiny, your little mini blink ink blending tools. We also have them for the tiny. Because the tiny are smaller. Obviously, you could fit more in a case, but you have enough in one case for 40, right? 20 and 20 is 40. So I am housing all 40. Well, not 40. I'm housing 40 of those little ink blending tools there, or little foam pieces. You have with that also 40 pre-punched circles. Now they're not the color, but 40 pre-punched circles, so you can swatch them, right? And then add them to the top of your case. You also have 40 of the little Velcro pieces, and that is what is holding your little pieces on. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. Oh no, we might need him for another minute. So now do you see how that just makes it look like it just kind of blends a little bit more? It's not as stark as having a big old weight piece of paper on there, right? Easy peasy. It's almost like we were using colored cardstock to mat that. And I'm not opposed to colored cardstock. What I am opposed to is adding a lot of extra layers, right? I already add a lot of layers. There's a piece of paper here. There's all these die cuts here, all these die cuts here, and another piece of paper here. The more layers I add, the thicker my traveler's notebook becomes. And it's not, necessarily bad to have your traveler's notebook be thick, but that's why you don't see me use things like this is a piece of scrap cardstock. Don't worry. Why you don't see me use things like chipboard or foam squares or anything like that inside of my traveler's notebook inserts, because the more bulk you're adding makes it really difficult down the road when you are trying to work in the traveler's notebook. So if on prior pages I had added chipboard or I had added foam squares or something, when I sat down to try to write anything, it would make it really difficult, right? Because it's lumpy bumpy behind me. All right. Now, um, I'm going to use that stamp again. This made me smile as my title here, in case I forgot. In case I forgot what made me smile. Oh, I like that. I think it's time for another giveaway, Liz Keel. Ask and ye shall. Well, okay, I better be careful. Ask and ye shall receive. Now, Liz is not winning the prize, but giveaway. So why don't we do this? How about if we do one of these guys, one of the all smiles stamp set? It's one that I don't use a lot, and I don't know why I don't use a lot. When I was thinking of this list, I'm like, ooh, what I want to do for the title. And I'm like, oh my gosh, dingling. You have a whole stamp set of smiling happy things, so you should use smiling happy, well, all smile stamp set. All right, so live giveaway. Go ahead and start leaving comments in the chat, and I will stamp this little guy. And I think I might do one more thing, and then we'll do a little giveaway. Okay, okay. I got very into what I was doing there, so may have completely missed questions or comments. So after the giveaway, don't do it during the giveaway because I will totally miss it again. After the giveaway, do me a favor and if you had asked a question and it did not get answered, leave me the question again and I will watch for it. So I have those guys I already did. Here, I'm actually going to kill two birds with one stone. I am going to test this on this white cardstock. I'm not going to end up using it because I'll, go there, but I might as well, again, maximize your time. Unfortunately, we all don't have all the time in the world, and maybe we do have a lot of time, but maybe we don't have a lot of time to craft. So might as well do the same thing here. I know I like this color. I'm going to like the way the pink looks, so I might as well just pre-stamp a bunch of these guys too. Here's the other thing. Maybe you don't really feel like being crafty at all. Maybe it's the end of the day and you're tired. You've had a long day for whatever reason. Maybe you're binge watching, I don't know, The Madison or The Pit or Shrinking or whatever else you may be watching. And you're like, oh, you know what? I feel guilty. Maybe I should be doing some crafty things at the same time. Do this. Get one of your stamp sets out and get a whole bunch of inks out and just do a lot of pre stamping. Different inks, different colors, so that when you're ready, you could use them. Here's another thing I just thought of when we talk about that. Maybe you have flower stamps. What we didn't talk about, you could do something like this with floral stamps. And you know what you could do? You could use black ink on a pattern piece of paper with your floral stamps and basically create that same kind of look, right? You don't have to use die cuts, but you can, but you don't have to. Listing smiles. Oh, Wanda, I love all your sakuras. That little pink flower. Oh, lots of you are using the sakuras. Little sakura flower. Noah got his star this week. Virginia, I don't know what that is. Is that a smile for you? The foam tops for regular or mini size. So those foam tops, and this is where it gets confusing. There is not a regular size. The regular size is called mini. Because those are the ones they came out with first. So these are mini, all right? And these are, I'll just tell you. Those are about an inch, a little over an inch, probably an inch and a quarter ish wide. Okay, those are minis. And then after they had the minis for years, they decided, ooh, we want to come out with another size. And they came out with tinies. All right, so tiny, mini and tiny. See the difference? Mini and tiny. Tiny is, it's like Minnie Mouse's little long lost cousin. That is 2 centimeters. All right. Um, I don't know, about inch, excuse me, about 3/4 of an inch. Mini and tiny. It's an important distinction. All right, because you'd think that tiny would be called mini, but they're not. All right, we like the way that looks. We also helped ourselves out by pre-stamping some things that we might use down the road. So now we are ready to stamp our title over here. I'm going to stamp the title and then I will draw random for the giveaway. I'm using a lot of product here, right? I'm using stamps, I'm using pattern paper, I am using a lot of die cuts. And you might think, you know what? No, heck no, Layle. I'm not doing that. I like the idea of creative listing, but I don't like the idea of having to use a lot of products or maybe having to take a lot of time. You do you. The only things you need to do, the only things you need to have to play with us, something to write with and something to write on. That is it. I mean, we can't get really, much more simple than that. Something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you use whatever you want. Maybe you don't want to use anything. Maybe you just want to use colored pencils or colored markers or highlighters. Maybe you just want to put a little strip of washi at the bottom and call it good. In fact, I think maybe we'll put a little strip of washi at the bottom and call this guy good. We'll bring a little bit of black in. You do not have to have all the things. Okay. I would never want that to stop or prevent anyone from playing. Okay. I mean, if you decide you want to start buying things and, adding things to your arsenal, your craft arsenal, your listing arsenal, then do it slowly, right? You don't have to buy all the things at once. And you know what is the funniest thing? If Nick was in here, he'd be looking at me like, really, Layle? Come on, because I'm one that wants to buy all the things at once. But do as I say, not as I do. All right, that just helped to add a little bit more color there for us, right? Okay, so our next winner is the All Smile stamp set. I am going to scroll up, and the winner is Wanda Bradford. That's funny, Wanda, because and again, all I do is scroll up wherever my finger stops. That's the person that wins. But Wanda, I had commented when I saw earlier before all the sakura, the pink flowers that she was adding to her little comment there. So congratulations, Wanda. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. And on that email, in the subject line, please put winner all smiles. And then the body of your email, body of your email, please add your mailing address, even though I know we already have it. for Wanda. Just please add your mailing address, and then it makes it super easy because we have everything we need all in one. And the team will get that shipped off to you this week before for the release, unless you think you'll be shopping for the release. Then let me know, and we'll wait. Okay, friends. Some of you use mini, some of you use tiny. There's really no right or wrong. It probably just depends on what type of surface area you are working with. If you have larger things that you are trying to cover or do ink blending, it might help to have the mini size. But if everything you're doing is pretty small, or if you want to get in some little intricate spaces, the tiny might be helpful. All righty. Who is that? Liz Keel. Tell me. Tell me. I'm not sure. All right, friends. So now Wanda was having a bad. Oh, good. I mean, okay, no. I'm not saying oh good that Wanda was having a bad day. I'm saying oh good because now maybe Wanda's frown is turning upside down. All right, we're ready for our list. So let's do this. And as I am starting to tell you things that made me smile this week, I would love to know what made you smile this week. And guess what? You can't say nothing. That's not an acceptable answer. So if you are watching live, please, in the chat, tell me something that made you smile this week. And this is kind of one of those exercises too that sometimes we feel like there's nothing that made us smile. I know we all can find something that made us smile. So let's all look for something that made us smile. Okay? Okay. I know we are going to probably want to probably. I know we are probably. I know we're going to want to pull another flower in over here, just so we can kind of bring in the bring in kind of the everything that we have going on over here. I'm just trying to decide, do I want more than one flower? And if I want more than one flower, it cannot be two flowers. It has to be 3 or 5 or 7 or 9. Just odds for me because that looks a little odd to me, right? Because we have two things and they're kitty corner, catty corner, depending on where you live. I feel like we need 3 things. And 3 things is going to be too many. We just don't really have enough. We don't really have enough space here. Those are that way, then that looks odd. Don't want to do it that way, even though that's a nice visual triangle, that looks odd. So I think we're just going to pick one and stick with it. If we pick this guy and go down here, I think we'll do that. All right. So what made you smile this week? BBD Stitching said my 5-month-old granddaughter learning to roll over, and that could be a glimmer and a smile. Absolutely. Wanda said my granddaughter always makes me smile. Liz said my son calling to update me on his job search and girlfriend. Don't we love it when they call and like share their life with us? Absolutely. Phyllis reorganized her craft room. She built her standing desk. Yay, wonderful. Walking around with friends, Melinda said. Oh, One Crafty Creations Journey concert. I love it. I love Journey. Kathy said daffodils are peeking through up in Wisconsin. It's bringing her joy because she's ready for warmth. Yummy Easter dinner with family. Working in my finished shed. She shed. Love it. That's fun, Sarah. Some killer sunrises on my commute to work. Tulips in a vase. White cake with frosting. Ooh, you guys, right? So, as we read those, um, oh, let's see. One Crafty Bee Creation said I posted earlier. My daughter got us tickets to women's rugby at the LA 28 Olympics. That is awesome, right? Michelle said checking off another day as Little Craft Fest gets closer. But so here's the thing, you guys, and I just read, oh, Artemis too, right? The successful launch, moon launch and landing, right? Landing is just as important as the launch. Landing back in, well, I can't even say solid ground because they landed in the ocean, but yes, definitely a smile there. Cozy Chaos, my son and his tux for prom, almost made me cry, but happy tears. Okay, here's the thing. I just read off a bunch of those, and they're different for everybody. We're going to say that again. They're different for everybody. So something that makes you smile may not make someone else smile. Something that makes me not smile might make you smile, right? Maybe it wouldn't make me to smile to go to the dentist, but maybe you're like my friend Vicky and it makes you smile to go to the dentist because she loves the dentist, which I don't even get that. Anyhow, different strokes for different folks, right? Wine, Wine and frozen pizza. I love it. Wine and frozen pizza. That's awesome. Noah's star on Walk of Fame, Virginia. Noah, tell me, Noah who? Noah who? No Khan? No, no, no. That wouldn't, he wouldn't be Walk of Fame, right? They don't do musician. No? Well, Hollywood Walk of Fame, I think, is actors and actresses. I don't know. Oh, Noah Wiley. Oh, yeah. Okay. You'll see Noah Wiley on my next list. All right, let's keep going. Things that made me smile. I need a bullet stamp. Well, maybe not bullet stamp. Let me look. Let me see. One, two, three, four, five. Five things? Is that it? Five things? Uh, I think we'll make it work with five things because that's what I had on my list. Because I have five things here, I don't really have room for I have too much room to do kind of a bulleted list. So I think we need a numbered list. So what if we, oh, it would be so nice if we had a sticker book with numbers, wouldn't it? Not yet. Soon, soon, but not yet. I am moving to the other side of the room and I am going to my stack of number stamps. I am very organized in parts of this room. All of my number stamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are probably too large, right? Reggie numbers large is probably too large. 1, 2, yes, way too large. Sorry, Reggie, who, by the way, is laying on the floor in the other room. Now, something like this would work, but I have way too much space for either my by the numbers or by the numbers too, right? Too much space. We know by the numbers Allison, too large because they're going to be similar to Reggie large. We know that by the numbers Layle, because I use those last week, too large. I think what we're coming down to is probably Poe numbers. We have 3 different sizes of Poe numbers on that stamp set. So that is the one that we want. When you organize your product, if you organize your product, when you organize your product, okay, let's try that again. When I organize my product, I typically organize it in the way that I would be thinking to use it. So in that example, I'm like, oh, I need number stamps. And I knew I wanted to use, oh, thank you. Water break. Sarah and Mary, you guys are hilarious. I can see all of the blue waters and now the ocean. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-mm. And now I miss somebody saying great news. Um, Wanda said, "Is there a sale coming up soon?" So Wanda, mm, there are always things on sale on the website. But when it comes to like Layle by mail products, those do not. Those go on sale once a year, and that is as part of our anniversary celebration. So that happened in March. Now, um, May 1st. There will be a couple of things going on sale as part of that National Scrapbook Day celebration. So that wasn't a good answer. Yes and no. And yes, how about that? All right, we're going to use this size. And someone just said, oh, Susan, hi, Susan. Finding the right size number of stamps made me think of Goldilocks. Well, right. And you know what? You might think, oh, I don't need multiple sizes when it comes to stamps. Well, actually, we kind of do, right? Because it depends on how much room you have. What's nice about this Poe number stamp set is you have 3 different sizes on one set, right? Looks kind of boring because you're like, oh, they're just numbers. But you have 3 different sizes, which can be really helpful. All right, so if we look at it this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will go back to, ooh, we could make it really colorful. We might as well embrace the color here, friends. What if we go with, I'm thinking it's probably spice marmalade if we do our numbers in orange, because then I'll be doing my writing in black. And we have a lot of pink on here, so I think we might break it up a little bit. Let's look. For each of red, orange, yellow. Okay. Red, orange. Here we go. Come on. Red, orange. Carved pumpkin. Right persimmon. Spice marmalade. I think spice marmalade is probably closer to carved pumpkin is pretty like Halloweeny. So I'm going to go with spiced marmalade. Alley plans. We'll have lots of fun things at Little Craft Fest. There will be, I don't know, will there be any deals? That's a hard one. That is a real hard one. I basically am taking one pallet of product. Let me tell you, when you think about gas prices, right? We know gas prices pretty much affect everyone, even if you don't drive. If you shop at the grocery store, your prices of food have gone up because of gas. If you are ordering anything online, typically the prices have gone up because gas has gone up, shipping has gone up. Uh, my pallet that is getting shipped to Little Craft Fest, cost of shipping the pallet, basically shipping all the product, $2,000. So, while I would like the thought of having some deals at Little Craft Fest on product, it doesn't make a lot of sense to bring maybe older product that I would put on sale, just because shipping. Well, when you factor in shipping costs and you factor in flights and hotel, and when you factor in um, your product costs and how much it costs to vend at an event like that, and it's a lot. It is a lot. So, long story short, no, there will not be any deals. But what I will tell you is your deal is you don't have to pay shipping, right? So that's a deal. There's all kinds of, it's interesting, all kinds of reasons. Usually people have, well, I guess in life, right? People have a reason for doing what they do or not doing what they do. And I'm usually pretty much an open book. So if you say to me, hey, Layle, why aren't you going to have any deals at Little Craft Fest? I will tell you. Or if you say, hey, Layle, why doesn't a manufacturer, why don't you ever see purple very much in collections? And I say, well, because it doesn't sell. And you say, no, 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 it will sell. I want to buy it. And I say, I've worked for a number of different manufacturers over the years, and purple doesn't sell. Anyhow, I will pretty much share with you whatever you want to share. I will not be bringing highlighter tape. Michelle, great question. So again, generally what you will see, with a few exceptions, because I don't make my own ink, I will have some of the little individual Distress Oxides ink for sale, some of the sets of ink, but because if I have to buy the product from someone else, that means it is costing me more than if I manufacture my own product. So when I look at what it has cost me to come to the event, basically with all in shipping and everything, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to bring a lot of other carriers' products. I mean, manufacturers' products, if that makes sense. All right, so here we go. The 5 things that made me smile this week. And if I didn't answer a question, it is not because I didn't see it. I'm not ignoring you if I didn't answer a question. This is just that I didn't see it. You should just have an online sale and leave the product at home. Wanda. Yes. So here's the deal. If I am paying to go in person, I have to have product there, right? And I will also tell you, as I'm getting ready to write, there is a definite reason why it makes sense to invest, and it is investment, let me tell you, invest in going to an event like that. The reason I go to events like that, from my perspective, is it introduces me to a new customer base. So some of you will be there and you're like, well, Layle, I know you, and all that. But last year was incredible for my business, and not so much from the sales that took place at the event. It was the people that now knew about me that probably wouldn't know about me otherwise. So I have to look at, there's a lot of different reasons for me why I might decide to go to an event like that or not go to an event like that besides sales. And I mean sales, I mean product sales, not, like, ooh, discounted sale like that. Um, Ms. L said, yes, you get lots of new customers from attending shows. If it's the right show, right? If it's the right show. If I went to a pen show, there are lots of pen shows all over. I don't know that I'd get a lot of new customers because that's not necessarily my customer, right? Or the customer that's doing things like this. All right. So the things that made me smile this week. This one I already told you. Vacuuming sawdust with the shop vac in the garage. All right. Easy. Simple, right? April said, we reconnected with Layle at Little Craft Fest last year. We already knew Layle, but it drifted away. See, I love that, April. I love that for us, for both of us. The second one, I did have a new low on the scale this week after being stuck for months. Now, I know why I was stuck. I know I was not exercising. I was traveling a lot. And sometimes when I travel, I'm not making the best food decisions. And that's been about 6 months. So I was excited to see that. And then promptly that night, Nick and I went to Dairy Queen for Blizzard, which is not really a smart thing to do, right? We'll just call it a celebratory blizzard, which is kind of like an oxymoron, right? Yeah. All right, number 3. Starting to reorganize my craft room. I did say to Nick last night, it gets worse before it gets better. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't it? It gets worse before it gets better. Sometimes you have to make the mess and then get everything out and then sort it, and then you know where to put it away and organize it, right? Here's the other thing. I will, and I am going to mea culpa to all of you guys, because this is not a good thing. But I also know a lot of us are like this. So, we were at Little Craft Fest last year. Vended. I taught workshops, and I did some shopping. Yeah, I did some shopping. I had 2 bags, and I didn't buy more than 2 bags. So we don't talk about the size of the bags. But I had 2 bags I had never even unpacked. And I don't mean like suitcases. I mean like shopping bags that I had not unpacked. And that was a year ago. And I say that to make you feel better because I know a lot of us do that, right? And if you don't, just nod your head and pretend like you do. But I'm going through all that last night, like I had just shopped again. I'm like, oh my gosh, look at this, look at this. It made me so excited. But I had to, that's part of, you got to go through all the things, you got to see what you have. And then it's interesting. I did use my craft storage pouches as I was doing it. I'm like, all stickers go in this one, all die cuts go in this one, all stamps go in this one, washi in this one, PET tape in this one. So I've got it kind of at least organized as I'm going. All right. Not something to be proud of, Sarah Foss, for me. She said, wow, okay, Lil, you beat me on that one, right? See, thank you, Louisa. She's nodding, says it happens to her often. I know, you guys, we're all the same. Flavored Mentos from Japan. They were good. Flavored Mentos from Japan. I had not had pineapple before.
Hey.
Oh my gosh. Honey, look what you did.
Uh-oh.
You scared me.
What are you trying to write there?
Well, that was supposed to say before. Whoops. Okay. B4. That's a really broad E, but we'll make it work. Before. And I'll be like, what happened there? Oh, remember the time that Nick scared the pants off of me when I was writing? How's the yard coming?
Yeah.
Internet was a pill this morning. And it's fine now. We don't know what happened. Some people were saying that you must have been out working in the yard streaming the Masters. Were you out working in the yard streaming the Masters?
No, I haven't been streaming at all.
Okay. I know you weren't. I'm just kidding.
The Masters is starting in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. There we go. You're off the hook then. Yes, it was like a second Christmas when you find an unopened bag under the bed, in the back of the car, hiding in a closet because maybe you brought it in the house and didn't want somebody to know that you spent the money. So you were just kind of hiding it and then you forgot, right? Yes, we did. Allie said she found a bag like that a couple days ago from Little Craft Fest. Thank you, Allie, for making me feel not alone. Mary Pat, you've been working on getting a finished studio, beginning to wonder if it will ever happen. Do you mean organized finished or like built finished? I'm just curious. And I love the way Virginia put it. She said, Mary Pat, what a treasure that will be, right? When you finally get there, what a treasure it will be. Pineapple Mentos, really good. I don't know if you can find those in the US. Maybe, maybe not. But I brought them from Japan. Maybe if you have a Daiso, like the Japanese dollar-ish, way more than a dollar store, maybe there. Pineapple Mentos are really good. I ate them last night while I was working on the craft room. The last thing on my list this week, the blind blinds finally being open in the bathroom. The batteries have been dead for months. So, um, I like a lot of light. I like a lot of light. And when the bathroom, the blinds are closed, there's not as much light as I would like. And because there's not as much light as I would like, uh, well, not because of, but the batteries in their automatic blinds, I don't know, whatever, with a little remote, you push the remote, they go up and down. But the batteries had been dead for months, and it's you have to climb in the big tub and then get up there, and I can't reach it, so I have to get a ladder. It's all too complicated, so I just asked Nick to do it, on his list, right on the list. So he finally did that yesterday, and I was happy to have the blinds open in the bathroom again. All right. So last thing I need to do is date this. I'm using my little roller date stamp for this. Today is April 11th. I think it is important, in my opinion, to date your lists, really kind of anytime you're writing something, because it's nice to go back and look at, hey, what this made me smile. When was it? Right? When was it? Was this in 2026? Was this in 1985? What was it? All right. So we are done. Oh, she shed outside plus a converted bedroom to studio inside. Mary Pat, that sounds like quite the project. That sounds like quite the project. Do I have to bring another suitcase? Trying to figure that out. So, Kathy, I will tell you, I will answer for me. I would bring another suitcase. If you are planning on shopping, I would bring another suitcase. Or you could maybe do a capsule wardrobe for your clothes. So maybe you kind of mix and match the clothes that you're wearing, like the bottom that you could wear maybe twice and mix it up with different tops. And so you take less clothes and leave more room for bringing purchases home. And that's just me. So that's a hard one. And that's just as hard to answer as how much money should I bring? How much should I budget? And I would say, don't ask me that question. I don't know, right? Because I don't know you. I don't know your financial situation. I don't know how much personal control when you have when it come to things like that. Because for me, I have none. But if it was me, I would absolutely bring another suitcase. I'll tell you a little trick. Um, and this is more, it's I mean, it also depends on, what airline you're flying with and if you have to pay for luggage or if it's part of your ticket or your status or whatever, because, that obviously makes an impact if you're having to pay for the extra luggage. Um, One of the things that you could do is you could bring like an extra duffel bag, and you could maybe put your clothes in a duffel bag, and then carry on your duffel bag of clothes because it would fit in a carry on, and then your suitcase for purchases. If it is, you could, this is what I did for Japan. I ended up buying an extra suitcase there anyway. Pack a smaller suitcase instead of a larger suitcase. So it is easy. I mean, at least one way, if you're having to pay for luggage, you only have to pay for one. Coming home, you have to pay for two. There is a UPS store that is within, I want to say, a mile and a half, 2 miles from the hotel where Little Craft Fest is being held. I don't know if they're open on a Sunday, so that would be a factor. I do know they're open on a Monday because we were there last year sending some things back. But then you also have to factor in the cost of the box, right? And so I don't know, just kind of there's some options for you, some suggestions. But if it was me, I would be bringing another suitcase because that's me. All right, so we are done with our first list. Now, what I will end up doing after the fact, I still need to come back here and cover up some of these little things. And I might do, I don't know, I might do a little bit more stamping down here, or I might do a little quote about smiling, or I might um, do some second generation stamping. I don't know. So I'll do something more right here. But there we go. There is our list about things that made me smile this week. All right. We're now ready for list number two. I am going to Amy. Have fun at your birthday party. Thanks for joining us this morning. I appreciate it. We're having a another sip of water. Okay. There you go. Mary C said, folding up a duffel bag in my suitcase, and we'll check the suitcase on the way back. Perfect. Right? Okay. List number two. One last thing about Little Craft Fest, and I know most of you aren't going, so I don't want to talk about that a ton, but maybe some of the things like that help you when you're going somewhere else. If you're going to Little Craft Fest, make sure that you are part of the Facebook group, the private Facebook group that I set up for Layle by Mail friends that are going to Little Craft Fest. Um, I will tell you the brand new collection that is launching May 1st. I will have that at Little Craft Fest. So those of you going to Little Craft Fest will have you'll be, I mean, it won't be on sale and it will not be on sale when I, release it live on May 1st, but it would save you shipping. So you kind of have first crack at, being able to see that. But we're doing a meetup, really informal meetup, just, everybody meeting in the lobby and saying hi and, whatever. But we'll talk about all those things in the private Facebook group. So if you're going and you don't know about that private Facebook group, you do now, go to Facebook and search for Layle by Mail Little Craft Fest and you should see it. And if not, shoot me an email and I'll send you a link. Whew, okay. Allie said, I mean, if you think about how much people are spending to fly and stay in a hotel, I'm saving money, even if I spend a ton. Allie, I take it you live there, right? So yes, you are saving by, not having to fly and stay in a hotel. Okay, our second list. Our next two lists, we're using photos. And I would say maybe not even half of my list, not even 50% of my lists use photos. Oh, I already put that away. I got confused there. Don't mind me. Not even 50% of my list use photos. So the reason I don't use photos on all of my lists, sometimes I don't have a photo for the list, or I don't have photos that pertain to the list. In this case, I could have. I could have taken a picture of the pile of sawdust in the garage with the shop vac sitting next to us. But sometimes I feel like if I need a photo, then it will make me not do something, right? So um, I would say for the most part, my lists don't include photos, but every once in a while I throw them in. The next two have photos. So our next list is currently watching. Currently watching shows we're currently watching. Now, for this list, I'm using the favorite current stamp set. This is a stamp set that is fairly new, and I've never used it before. So I haven't even, have I? No, I used it before I put this together when I did the live kind of reveal of that release, but I have not ever used it in a project before with us listing. So basically, the stamp set has a little grid, and you'll see I've with all of those used the grid. This stamp set works for both documenting your favorites and your currents. Favorites and currents. So when you look at this, favorite places, current recipes, favorite books, current movies, favorite music, favorite foods, right? So I can kind of go either way with it. There are other currently stamp sets that I have, but those currently stamp sets are a little more geared towards documenting a whole bunch of different things that you're currently doing. So you'd have a currently title and then a whole bunch of different prompts for maybe your current recipes, your current, or maybe things you're making, things you're eating, things you're watching, things you're listening to in one big list. So this really narrows down or focuses in on one topic. And so in this one, it is current. I'm going to call it current movies, even though really it's shows I'm watching. Um, when we when we built this stamp set, we had to get We had to really be specific because we didn't have room for lots of different prompts, right? So we kind of went a little bit generic. We could have said shows, we could have said movies. I'm going to use movies because that's what's there, even though I'm documenting shows. Our plan all along was to come out with more of these prompts so that you could do shows, you could do food, no, not food. Anyhow, you know what I mean, shows and things like that. Um, Reggie, please don't come right here. Did you just see he just jumped on here? Um, when watching and typing on my iPhone, it never fills out names for me when I ask someone. Any idea how to change that? Allie, I don't know how to do that either. I've never known how to do that. So if someone has a tip on how to do that, that would be amazing. Um, let's see. Okay, so 2-page list. I printed a photo. Well, I printed one photo for this, and then I actually printed two versions of this photo, and I'm going to talk about why I did this. So, I printed almost like movie posters, right? These would be considered movie posters of the shows that we are currently watching. Your Friends and Neighbors, Shrinking, The Pit, and The Madison. These were really easy photos to get because all I did was I went to Google. Totally cricket. I went to Google and I searched for Your Friends and Neighbors, and then I clicked on images, and I just found the image I wanted. I saved it to my phone, and then used the Epson Creative Print app to put all four photos on one photo, right? That is one photo, a 4x6. With that app, I just picked a pre-configured template like that, and I put my photos there. Um, I had done this first. I did this first in Photoshop, and then I looked. I'm like, Layle, what did you do? Those are way too small. I'm like, I don't need Photoshop for that. I can use that Epson Creative Print app. That'll be way easier to do. So that's what I did. Those movie poster type photos that you'll find on Google, those are all saved at the same size. So it made it really easy for me to just bring them into that, and now I will cut them up. Um, didn't have to have a special printer. I mean, I used Epson PictureMate PM400, but anything really that prints that size 4x6 would do that for me. When I say I didn't need to have a special printer, what I mean by that is I did not have to have a special printer to print my small photos because right now that is one large 4x6 photo, but all I have to do is trim these guys, right? I'm basically going to trying to make it straight-ish since it was went in the paper was crooked in the printer. We have no, ooh, that's going to be interesting. We'll see what happens here because I really have no white over there. So I didn't have to have a special printer. This was a 4x6. I could do this really with any printer, but I am getting my four small photos out of a 4x6 just by cutting it. Okay, so that will add tons of color, right, to my list without having to use any product. Oh, that's probably why. So anytime I've tried to do an at someone in a chat, it's because I've been using my iPad. Now I understand why that doesn't work. All right. So for this guy, I wasn't really planning on using. Let's see, I might change my mind there. I was going to say I wasn't really planning on using any pattern paper, but let's see. I just pulled out this book, the Reminisce Book 7, just looking for something pretty neutral. And I pulled out this particular book because I have a lot of blue over here. So do I want to go where it looks similar or do I want to do something where it is totally contrast? I mean, I'm just going to find blue in here. So lots of good kind of B-sides with blue. That one's a little too dark. So, oh, well, red here too. This is kind of blue and red. And I don't feel like I'm going to pull any red in there because there's really no red. So let's look at something else. Let's look at, what if I totally changed it? Red pack, maybe, I don't know. Let's look at orange. Let's see what we have in here. Oh, Paradise is a good one too. We have not. We watched the first season of Paradise. We have not been watching the second season yet. That one's too. I think these are probably going to be a little bit too vintagey for what I am looking for. So maybe, uh, maybe we will pull out something from Vicky's Artful Moments because, oh, this would work. The Staples paper pack. This is just going to be a nice pattern paper for me. We'll see. Because if I wanted to, I could use the same on both sides. Or I could, I mean, lots of different color choices here, right? Oh, you know what could be kind of fun? Maybe this green, because I do have a little bit of green in there. Let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah. I'll use Artful Moments in our next list as well. But really, all I'm using is this pattern, this pattern paper here. So I know that I need to trim my paper to 4 3/4 by 8 because that is what I do when I'm trimming a background paper. Oh, White Lotus. Yes, White Lotus. These are the 4 that we are currently watching. And actually, one we finished. We finished maybe this week, season 1 of the Madison, 4 3/4 by 8. Now let's see my thought here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now I need to look at something because I had wanted to, now that my green may not work, because I had wanted to do, let me look. Oh, here it is. I wanted to add maybe a couple things over here, like maybe a popcorn and maybe one of the popcorns and maybe a little TV. So let's look. I've just pulled this out of the Even More Extraordinary Things to Cut Out and Collage book. I have a number of books like this on the website. They are linked in the products I am using. So I just linked them all because when I linked them last night, I wasn't sure what I'd be using. But if we go here, if we did popcorn and we did, do you know what? I kind of feel like that if I want to use some of those things that I don't really want to do, maybe I don't want a background. I think it's going to look better without a background. But I have to do something over here. All right, we'll figure that out when we get there. We'll figure out the other side once we figure out our fun little popcorn and TVs and things like that. So we'll just get these guys added. Isn't it interesting how all 3 of those have blue? I'm sure there must be some kind of study that has shown that if you if you want to have an attractive movie poster or attractive eye-catching image for your show, that blue is it because I probably could have found a blue one that looked just like that too. I mean, kind of like that, but blue instead. All right, I out of this book am liking maybe this TV. This old, remember TVs like this? Did you have a TV like this growing up? I mean, my grandma had a TV like that. I remember. When I say like that, I mean, you know, not exact, but a big, credenza type thing. This particular book, you're cutting out all your little images. So this little aspect of this list would be like junk journaling style, right? Where I am, oh gosh, what would be so fun? I just thought if we had a TV guide, How fun would that be if I took like a page out of a TV guide and used it as my background? Which, if I had thought about that before, I bet I could have Googled TV guide page, and it would have been something I could have downloaded and put on the background. I wish I'd thought about that. Then that would be really junk journaling. Like if I really had a TV guide and I took the page out and then adhered it to the my little spread here, that would absolutely be junk journaling. Okay. I am going to see in here. I know I won't have any kind of TV guide, but some of these books have basically what I need is like a book paper, right? So let's go back to, mm, let me think. Where would I have? Maybe in here. Maybe it would look, you can still buy TV guides. Oh, I would have loved that. I know. Remember, that would have been so fun to do. Remember when? Okay, guess what I'm going to do here, you guys? I'm going to keep this really loose, all right? Because I am going to do that. I am going to go, if I can find a TV guide at the store, maybe Walgreens or something like that. If I can find a TV guide, I am going to put that down as the base on my page. So we're only going to do part of this. These I'm not worried about because I didn't add a ton of adhesive behind them. I'll be able to pull them all the way back. So basically what I'm going to do is I am going to kind of, I'll do my list. I'll end up doing my list on a piece of white cardstock and we'll then adhere it over here because I want to put TV guide on both sides. That's going to be so much fun. All right. Console stereos, console TVs. I know. And this goes back to, we did a list years ago called When I Was a Kid. And I would say, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, um, we did a list about things that were, different that we had to do when we were kids. Things like getting up to change the channel. Things like big giant console TV like that, right? Not, I mean, it's funny because really we kind of went from full circle when it came to the TVs. Those big giant TVs, and then it was really cool to have a really small one, right? Little small portable TV, or maybe you're in high school in your room, you had a little TV, and now it's kind of back to the big TVs again, right? They say what's old is new again. Um, all right, so this is going to go over here, and maybe what I'll do is I think I will just ink the edges of my list over here in a blue because this on the TV guide page might look kind of different. Ms. L said I was the channel changer, right? I know. Get up and change the channel. But actually, it was much easier that way because really there were, well, I guess four channels, right? You had ABC, NBC, CBS, and then you had PBS. So you didn't have to stand for long in changing the channel, right? So if we make this 7 by 3 3/4, let's see what that gives us. When this goes down on the page, that will give us plenty of room to see our TV guide around it, right? Grocery stores, okay, by the cash. By the cash? Oh, by the cash register. Like by the cash. What cash? Um, a remote. If you dropped a penny on the glass coffee table, the sound somehow simulated the remote and changed the channel. No way! That is crazy. Mama Drigg said, I found several images you could easily print just doing a search on Reddit. Yes, I love it. Okay. That's going to be fun. But I do feel like I need to ink those edges, right? I'm going to ink the edges because when my TV guide pages are here, it'll look weird. I am really, 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 and it's probably been the last 2 years, maybe. I'm really into in my own personal like crafting, the whole junk journal style. And when I say junk journal style, I mean like, and I just because I have these handy from the trip. Um, like this, right? That's totally junk journaling. That's all junk. Those are all wrappers and cut out bags. The only thing that's not junk, I guess, is the washi tape. But that's just really fun to collect and save all those things because that I can look at things like that and be like, oh, I totally remember. I drank vitamin C shots every day because I got sick and I didn't want to get sick again. Oh, I tell you, amazing, amazing stationery store. So I can look at all these things and it helps me remember. But even things like this, let's see. Oh, yes. So this day, I was sick and spent the entire day in bed. And so, look, junk journaling. That is the lid to the cup of noodles. Vicky and Paula brought me food that day because I'd been sleeping for 12 hours. Been sleeping for 12 hours, woke up at 8, and then ended up sleeping for 18 total hours in a day. But uh, cut that off of the box of the cold medicine. I know that's cold medicine because the pharmacist translated in the little app when we told her what I needed. They brought me fruit juice. This I lived on the entire trip, basically electrolyte water. So this kind of style of bringing those things into my journaling is something that I've really been interested in the last couple of years, just because it's just kind of fun and unique and playful. And so we're going to end up doing that on this one. When I get my TV guide, or if I can't find a TV guide, then I will just, find an image online and print it. But we'll take a look at that when we're together next week. All right. So this light blue, let's see. It's probably tumbled glass could work, right? Tumbled glass or speckled egg. It's going to be one of the two. Might be speckled egg. Yeah, I think speckled egg is probably, I mean, not salvage patina. Let's do tumbled glass. It'll be a little bit brighter. I'm going to ink the edges. So let's grab tumbled glass. Let's grab that. And then let's grab this case. And again, I am inking the edges of this, especially in this case, because it is going to, as I put my white cardstock that will have my list on it, it's going to help it kind of stand out a little bit more. Where am I? Where am I? Sarah said she saved the yogurt labels when she was sick in New Zealand. Um, so you know what, Mama Driggs, thank you. She said, "Oh, bummer to be sick. That's one of my biggest fears with traveling abroad." So here's the deal. I mean, I travel all the time. I have been to five of the seven continents. Doesn't bother me to travel abroad at all, especially these days. You can walk into a pharmacist pretty much anywhere you go, and you can uh, you can put it into like a Google Translate what you need. I have a cold, I have a stuffy nose, fever, chills, and then it will translate into their language, and then they read it on the screen, and then they tell you, what you need. So, and lucky for me, I mean, I was sick in November for about 2 weeks. I had walking pneumonia in January, so I was down for about 3 weeks. Um, and I was really worried because lately when I get sick, it's that kind of sick. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there is no way I cannot be sick this entire trip. I mean, I was not well. Um, but it was over in a day and a half, which was amazing. I was really worried because I thought I'd be sick for, a good week. But I listened to my body. I did nothing but sleep the entire time. I, um, I guess it was just a sick that I wasn't meant to be sick for a week kind of thing. Much easier though, I think these days to travel international than maybe like even 20 years ago, right? I love it the way Wanda said, saving the world by saving our junk. Yes. And Virginia said my listings are junk journal. Right. Because it's just fun to put all the stuff in. All right. So we will not do this here. Again, I'm going to come back to that later when I have my TV guide. All right. So we're going to call this current movies, even though they're not really movies. They're really shows, but that's okay. And we need our grid. And we also need the movie reel. So I already know what we want to do next. We need shows and we need a TV. Well, I mean, TV, computer, kind of the same thing. Some of you watch TV on your computer. Some of you watch TV on, okay, which way do we want to do this? On TV, on your phone, whatever, right? So I could really do this either way. You notice the way that I set those up. Your little icon could be on one side or it could be on the other. But you know what I think I might do? Maybe instead of putting the icon there, instead of putting the movie icon, I am going to put one of those little popcorn things. from that little book of um, my little book of things to cut out and collage. So let's grab that first. Let's see which one we want to do. I think with the grid, oh yeah, we want to do this little popcorn bucket, right? Because it will fit a little bit better against next to my grid. There are some amazing, like seriously junk journal artists that I follow on Instagram that do things like, let's see, oh, that do things like this, right? That basically have cut out magazines and then piece a whole bunch of different things together. And I just stare at what they do and I'm like, that's the imagination is crazy. Like, look at this guy. That's a pilot flying a banana. And it may be your style, it may not be your style. That's a really fun one too. Look, that hand is holding a looking glass that has a cat in it. It's just fun to me. And I like collecting and I like cutting things up. That's another thing when I talk about that you don't have to buy all the things. When I travel, I'm just going to the little brown stand that's in the hotel and that's in the airport and that has all the little brochures. And I take all the, well, I don't take all the brochures. I leave some there for other people. What I mean is, I collect a lot of those types of things when I'm traveling. And then when I come home, I cut them apart and use them. Sometimes, though, when I'm traveling and I'm doing my documenting while I'm there, like let me see if there's one in here. Oh, here we go. Like this one. So this is something that I did while I was there. I try to do this, do my best to do this while I'm traveling so I remember all the things. And like this is cut out from a brochure, that's cut out from a brochure. I had done a little bit of stamping or before. Did I do stamping on here? I did. I did a little stamping before I left, so I didn't worry about taking any, stamps or inks with me. Cut from a brochure, cut from a brochure, obviously cut from a brochure. So then that way, I can still do this is part of my documenting, but this type of documenting is I do to make sure that when I get back and I really want to document the trip, I remember all the things that we did. But cutting up all those brochures and things is fun. All right, so this is going to go here. This little guy is going to go here. Now we need to look at what kind of colors we want to bring in because I feel like let's look. I mean, there's this yellow is really prominent, but I don't yellow's hard. Yellow's kind of hard to work with, especially when you're stamping a word, it's kind of hard to see. So we've got the red. I mean, I could. So here I used, I mean, really, I have three different stamps I'm using, right? I could stamp the grid in one color, and then I could stamp, my words in another color, or I could do three colors, grid, and then the word, and then the other word. So I feel like we could do, we've got this guy too, right? This guy we're going to be blending in on the other side. So I think color wise, I don't. Maybe we'll do black and red. I don't know. Let's get out some black and see what we're going to do here. I did not draw the lady dressed in a kimono. I wish I did. No, I cannot draw like that, Louisa. You give me far too much credit. They were stickers. Like, look, they were kind of like washi stickers. Oh, Kathy had fainted in a crowd in Ireland, had to go in an ambulance. The day prior, she slept all day. Five, six of the group were sick at one point, just worried I wouldn't be able to catch my flight the next day. Oh, that is scary, right? That is scary. Um, yeah, you just sometimes you don't know, right? I wonder, was it something you ate or I don't know, with that many people sick, you feel like is it something you ingested or maybe something you breathed, right? All right, so here's my little grid. Let's take a look at that. We're going to go to a new page here. Okay. So that looks good. I think we definitely want to do, regardless of what other color we end up doing here, I think we want to do our grid in black, like Men in Black, but grid in black. And we need to put this guy here. So we just have a placement of what we're looking for. So I think if this goes right here, there's my nice grid. This one will go here. Now, this is funny because I saw, I have another thing that I had. Hold on, let me look. Dinner party. Oh, yeah, no, I was thinking something different. There's another image I'll be using for my next list. And I thought maybe it was, uh, anyhow, not it. Not it. We'll see it in the next list. Okay. So this is going to go over here somehow. Clean this off, and then this is going to see current movies, even though it's really shows. The paraphernalia, the memorabilia, yes, right? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, thanks. It is time to sip water. Yeah, I really should be going through all of these, both of these, not anywhere close. So I'm gonna take a really long sip here, okay? That was 5 swallows. That's a long sip. There's ice in there too, so that is not necessarily as easy to swallow, right? When it's cold. All righty. So we're current movies. We already have those up. Okay, so do we do? I don't know. Maybe we should embrace the red. What do you think? Should we embrace the red? The next question is if we're embracing the red, red is there's a lot of different shades of red. So let's take a look and see what we think we might like here for the red. Red, orange, lots of red. And when you think red is red is red, well, when we look at that, candied apple, barn door, campfire, look at how different those reds are. I mean, lumberjack plaid, and then we start getting way too deep. So I don't know. I think candied apple is it. We're going to go with candied apple. That is definitely a plug for swatching your inks. Because if I didn't swatch my inks, I'd have to get out all my reds and then kind of test them and see what I think I'd like to use. This, even though it takes time up front, once it's done, you guys know. Anytime I'm stamping, you see me pull out my little swatches there. It just that is time well spent. Time well spent. All right. The nice thing about already doing my test stamping here is that I have my grid there, right? So I can even start putting these things here. Do I like that? I do. Maybe I get there and I'm like, ooh, that red isn't what I remembered it. I don't like that red. I want to use something different. Current movies. I wish it said shows, but it doesn't. So, well, there is that the same size? Let me just look at something. No. There's a new something that's coming that that wouldn't be the right size either, but I wouldn't use it because you guys would be like, wait a minute, that's not fair. And then I'd be showing you another sneak peek. I actually already showed you another sneak peek of it at the beginning, but I said it was something new, but I didn't tell you what it was on that Tokyo or Japan junk journal that I showed you. All right. And here's the other thing. I could write in shows, or I could use another alphabet stamp to type that in. Type it in. Gosh, stamp it in, right? I could use some else. I like that font. That's a good font. All right. So next up, let's add our little popcorn bucket. Oopsie. Oopsie. Lost it. Tell me, what are your current shows? What are your current shows or movies that would be on your list? Even if you're not making lists with us, what would be on your list? And maybe you don't watch a lot of shows. but maybe you have things that you would like to watch. So maybe this is a list of things that you would like to watch. Maybe this is your to watch list. And maybe if you don't do shows at all, maybe you have a to read list. So maybe your current books, right? That's another one. Current books, current reads. All right, we better add this. Yeah, the process of swatching. I mean, it takes a while, right? Especially if you have a lot of inks. But I will tell you, um, well, most of my stamps, especially when I first started out doing stamps, um, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Like, I really need to be swatching all my inks. And you know what? If I have that need, other people do too. I'd like to make a stamp set, a swatch, this stamp set to swatch inks. Um, Once you do it, you're done, right? But that is probably one of the most useful for me stamps that I created and swatchless inks, and something I use every time I'm crafting the swatches. All right. So now we have four, right? There's four things that we are watching currently. So I think I might let's look at let me look at the in the box stamps. I feel like I need to I feel like I need to and I just okay, no, that wouldn't work. I feel like I need to look at in the box because I could draw little boxes or stamp little boxes, not draw little boxes. In the box. Now, I really should have. I sound like I'm kind of out there because I've stepped over to the other side of the room where my stamps are. So bear with me a minute. I think either one of these, and I think because it might be nice to have a little box, little boxes. Oh, over here, right? Well, these would probably work. Let's look in the box too. So the in the box stamp sets first started out with in the box, and the way that came about was on a lot of my lists, I was hand drawing boxes. So I was drawing. I would draw a box with a ruler, and then I would then come back in again and draw around the outside of that box, just freehand. And it took time, right? Obviously, it took time because it I would usually start with a pencil, which was seemed kind of silly, but I always started with a pencil first, and then I was I thinking here. Oh, I really those are really too big for me to fit, but I could fit those four just like that, and then I'll do a little bit of masking. I think that is what we will do. And I could do red boxes again, or I could do maybe I should do the blue boxes. I think we'll do blue boxes. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of masking. Masking, really easy process to do. It just takes a minute. So I've grabbed some sticky notes there, and I'm going to grab our tumbled glass ink back out again. And if I didn't want to mask, I could. Oh, interesting, Colleen, because mine says 12:33. It's just about to be there, right? 12:34, my angel time. Um, If I did not want to mask, I could stamp each of these on a piece of white cardstock and then cut them out and then overlap them. There is a coordinating metal die set that goes with the In the Box 2 stamp set. So I could stamp them and cut them out with metal dies, or I could mask. So we're going to try the mask. Let's. Oh, stamping block. Oh, we need to put movies away first. Have you been telling me what's on your list of what you've been watching? I saw some people saying they love Shrinking. Shrinking is with Jason Segel and Harrison Ford. And each of these boxes, I already basically named them right here, right? So I am going to explain a little bit about them, like what it is I enjoy about this. Wanda, High Potential, 911 Nashville, Survivor, Boston Blue. Very good. The Testaments, let's see. Mary Pat's Finishing Paradise, Sweet Tooth, Monarch, Shrinking, Emily in Paris, Call the Midwife, The Testaments. Lots of good shows here. It sounds like King of Queens. Um, so I already have our list kind of planned for the whole International Scrapbook Day thing. We will be doing our listing, obviously. That will be a 2-day celebration again, like we did our anniversary celebration in March. What I really liked about that, we split it across 2 days. So we did a Friday night and we did a Saturday kind of half day. That was way easier on me as opposed to doing like 10 straight hours. And what that also did was it gave an opportunity maybe for people that couldn't do Friday night but could do Saturday, or couldn't do Saturday but could do Friday, an opportunity to attend, right? So we are going to split that up. I don't even remember why I was thinking that, but so for some reason I thought that. Okay, so we are going to put this guy here. My mind thinks things, and then my mind thinks things. What was I going to say? And then it thinks and thinks and thinks, and then I get ready to say it, and then I'm like, I don't remember what I was saying or why or what have you. Okay, so now if we want to mask, right? I don't want these to overlap. I want almost this to disappear behind that one. So what I need to do, I'm going to take my little sticky note here, and if, hold on, I got to think about this. I am basically just going to mask off. That's why it's called a mask. I'm going to mask off the part I don't want it to stamp on, right? So when I stamp like this, it will stamp on the sticky note and my paper. But when I remove the sticky note, then we're not going to see, obviously, the part where that's stamped. That's a, sometimes you know what I mean. You know what I mean, especially when I stamp this. You're like, oh, Layle, I get it. Okay. So there is my second box. When I remove that, guess what happened? I made it too big. Some of you were like, Layle, you totally saw that coming, didn't you? So we're going to try to now, oh, Layle, we are going to try to now do another mask to fix that. We can fix it. So I don't also want it to go here. I only want it to go, well, actually, I need it to go. Oh, I got to think about this. Hang on. Oh, please. So we want it to go. I need a bigger sticky. I need a bigger sticky. Yeah, wait. You guys like, wait. Too late. Too late. But I actually did it that way on purpose. Right. So I could show you what not to do. That sounds funny, doesn't it? Not really, but I made that way harder than I needed it to be by doing that. All right. So now we're going to ink this again, and we're going to come about right here. We'll see how this works. This is not advisable. Don't try this at home, because it will kind of work, but kind of not. Right? Kind of work, but kind of not. That's all right. We'll put something there to fix it. Like I said, don't try that at home. Make sure before you are about to do your little mask that it works, that it's where it needs to be. So now let's figure out where this one goes. Maybe this one goes right here. What do we think? Let's do one sideways. So now I really need to think about this. I refer to myself sometimes as spatially challenged, because if this goes like this, am I okay? No, it needs to come all the way up here. It needs to stop at this line, basically, right? So I'm going to have it stop at this line though, right? So if this one comes here, let's just think about it, Layle. If this one comes here, we've masked off that corner. Yeah, we're there. I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Good enough. Yeah. Here's the other thing. You can always, we'll just find something to cover up that little piece that's double lapped. We're good. Yes, we're good. There we go. And then we will do our other one, I think, right down here like this. Notice how I changed the direction of the boxes. All right, so this is going to go here. Then this sticky needs to go basically just right here. You know what? That's what you need to do. Just put the sticky on the part that, well, I was going to say the part where you don't want it to stamp, right? I think that works. I think, I think after we do this, I think it's going to be time for yes, there we go. It's going to be time for a giveaway. Should we do a giveaway? How about a giveaway? How about we do the current favorites stamp set? Not the one I used, but your very own. Your very own. Oh, and more water. Yes, let's have more water. I'm failing miserably. I'm going to do 5 more sips. Okay. So, live giveaway. We're going to do it in the chat. Okay. That was 3, 4. I needed to have room temperature water if I'm going to try to sip a lot at one time. 5. Okay. 5 sips. That's also your reminder, just because my voice therapist says that I have to drink water every 15 minutes when I'm doing this, doesn't mean that you can't drink with me. All right. So you should have a sip of whatever you are drinking too. Okay. Let's put this guy away. And there are, I don't know how many of these in the box, two, in the box scallop, in the box quotes. There's actually another one that we have already designed. And I think, have we? Yes, we have. We've even sampled it because we're doing a metal die with it, but that's coming later this year. All right, current movies. And again, we'll figure out something to put right there. Maybe do we find something to go there now? Or how about if we put a star? That's the perfect thing. We're going to put a star right there and it will be like it's a movie star. So let me go to my random stickers and find star. I brought a whole little container of star stickers down here yesterday. So where did I put those? I know I brought them. Are they on the floor? Okay, where are they? Okay, so now I'm not sure where they are. So now I need to think about, what do I have here that I know that would have stars? I know we used this last week. Okay, here we go. This might perfect. Do you know what? How about that little yellow star? That little yellow star is from Rustic Legend. So this will go right here. Now, it looks kind of odd that that's the only place that I have a star. So I will probably, I don't know, maybe do we do another star over here? So if we do this, now our problem becomes we only have, well, I guess I have a really small visual triangle there, right? I guess that'll work. We're not going to worry about having any more stars because I would only want the yellow. But this could be fun. Maybe this goes here. That little arrow. Sure, why not? Now look what's happened. Inadvertently, accidentally, we have incorporated that yellow. But now that I look at this, really, I don't want the star there. Yeah, and that's fine. It's fine. So I'm looking at evens versus odds. Now we have even, and it looks weird to me with the evens. And now I don't really have my visual triangle anymore. It's fine. It's fine, right? Not everything can be perfect. That works. All right. We'll have our little TV guide in the background, and we won't worry about it. All right. So current movies, which really shows. The first one, Friends and Neighbors. Your Friends and Neighbors. So I just made a little note over here, what I wanted to say. Um, your friends and neighbors with John Hamm. Da 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 da. Two friends and neighbors. Dark humor. Intense. Um, intense. Um, with a high stakes plot. He robs his friends and neighbors. Friends and neighbors. Okay. Number two, The Pit. Oh, love The Pit. So I don't know if you watch The Pit or not. The Pit. Oh, I can also tell you. Apple TV is Friends and Neighbors. HBO Max is The Pit. Paramount is Madison, and Apple TV is Shrinking because it has their little logos on there. That's funny. Oh, I forgot the giveaway. Okay. Um, I too was sad, Lisa, when he left Landman. In case people are watching Landman and they haven't seen it, I won't say why he left Landman, but I was very sad when he left Landman. I know he's a good actor. Um, Yes, giveaway. All right, stopping the giveaway, scrolling up, and the winner is G2C67. Oh, that's perfect. I promise you, you guys, this is all random. Literally, my finger scrolls up and wherever it stops. G2C67 said, I do not have that stamp and I have it on my list for Little Craft Fest. And I promise you guys, I would not rig things like that because it would not make sense for me to rig things. So G2C67. It's not sex, six. G2. I feel like we're in Star Wars. G2C67, like R2D2C3PO. You are the winner of the favorite current stamp set, and it sounds like it's one you wanted, so that's even better. Do me a favor, shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, favorites, current stamp set. In the body of the email, please put your address. I would say that we would bring it to you, and you could grab it from us at Little Craft Fest, but that's too many details. It's just Little Craft Fest will be crazy, and I would rather pay to ship it to you now so you can have it and you start using it right away. I'll be selfish because I don't want to deal with trying to get that to you at Little Craft Fest. So all right, Kathy. Yes, you guys, if you're going to Little Craft Fest, and I should say that G2C67, you do have a name. Will you tell us your name? That'd be awesome. That's so funny. Everyone's like, yay, G2C67. Yes. Would love it if you would tell us your name. Thank you. And we will be having a meet and greet. It's probably going to be Friday night based on the survey responses I'm seeing in the Facebook group. So um, we would love it if you guys would join us and then we can all meet in person. The Pit. So the Pit is Gritty. Oh, the Pit with Noah Wiley. We were talking about her earlier, right? You guys were saying he's a star on the Walk of Fame, yes, with Noah Wiley. Dot dot dot. Gritty, intense, fast pace, behind the scenes of the ER in Pittsburgh. And I should say an ER. It's not really like it's not the ER, but it's an ER, right? It's very good, but it is very graphic, very graphic. So just know that if you get wigged out, if weird things like that bother you, just close your eyes because that's what I do. Hello, Susie Comey. I love that. Susie is one of our friends that lives in Southern California. She said, saw him get his star the other day. He's lovely and humble. I love that, Susie. That must have been very cool. Very cool. By Groman's Chinese Theater, right? In Hollywood. I've driven down that street, but I have not seen a star get their star. Haven't seen a star get their star. That's so cool for you. I love that. Next one. Oh, the Madison. The Madison. So the Madison is a show by Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan is like the it guy apparently these days because he is a writer. Um, he is a producer. He's an actor. Sometimes he acts in his own series. But he did Landman. He did Yellowstone. He did all the Yellowstone franchises, the three or four. He did. I'm just trying to think off the top. The one was Sylvester Stallone in Oklahoma. Can't remember what that one's called. Oklahoma something or other, I think. Um, did oh gosh, Lioness. Anyhow, he's done many, many, many. Um, Mel in the Pit is Bryan Cranston's daughter. You are kidding me. I had no idea. I had no idea. That's so cool. Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad, right? I think. You don't see stars on Hollywood. They are more my hood. Okay, so hold on. So this where did he get his start? But he got his Tulsa King. Thank you. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay, Susie, now you got to help me. But it is no LA. LA is where where the stars are, right? Not in Hollywood. I don't know. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. The Walk of Fame stars. Help me. Because I've been to both. You know, I spent a lot of time in Burbank in that kind of area. All right, the Madison. Anyhow, Madison is by Taylor Sheridan. The Madison with Michelle Pfeiffer and Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell. Um, so the first 5 minutes of that completely blew me out of the water. I'm like, whoa, 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 hold on, wait a minute, what? I did not see it going there. And so I had to totally reframe my whole perspective of the show. I won't give it away, but if you've seen that, then you know what I mean, right? Hollywood, okay, hold on. Hollywood Walk of Fame are the stars. Yes, but is that in Hollywood? He got a star there, but you do not see actual. Oh no, right? I get it, right? Yes, you would never see famous people there because it's a. I won't say it's like soup. I don't know. I've only driven by it, but maybe a little bit seedier part of town. Maybe I don't know. Um, Maybe stars are in the ground. The famous people aren't in Hollywood. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Susie, for educating me on how all that works. Yeah, I would. You'd be driving on the street all the time if they were there, right? Or maybe not. Okay. So it's gotten much better. So Sarah, are you talking about the start of the show? Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe you might be talking about the stars. I'll stop. Okay. The scenery. The scenery is spectacular. It's filmed in Montana. The scenery, the fly fishing. Um, Nick is very into fly fishing, has been since I've known him 30 some odd years. So we kind of like that aspect of it. It's a little bit of a slower pace, um, or or the thought of a slower pace, maybe. Um, and it is a mix between the past and present. So it's kind of interesting how it goes back and forth like that. Kurt just gets better looking each year. I know. What is it about it's like the duck. The male ducks are very pretty and the female ducks are just kind of brown. And so it's kind of like and I'm not saying that women are brown, women are plain, and men are pretty. What I'm saying is, it seems like, in general, very broad generalization, that men get better looking with age, and women, I don't know, seem like we have to try a lot harder to be better looking with age, right? Yeah. All right. Virginia, I love that. Virginia, that's one of the coolest things anyone has ever said. Virginia said, I feel like I'm at a cocktail party. So much fun. And I think you mean right now, right? I hope so. I hope you're not talking about something that you're watching on TV. I think that's what you meant. I don't know. There's a lot of this chatter. And that's what I think makes this a lot of fun is that, we're talking about things that are on their lists and you guys can get to not get to, you guys are able to participate in the conversation through the chat. And then I, just do all the talking. Um, Callie's dad played baseball with Kurt Russell when he was a kid. Oh, that's very cool. Very cool. All right. The last one on my list is shrinking. Shrinking. Shrinking with Jason Segal and Harrison Ford. Gosh, Harrison Ford has been around forever, right? He Shrinking has to do they work as psychiatrists or psychologists. I'm not sure, psychiatrists, psychologists. I'm not therapists. I don't know if they prescribe meds, but they're basically therapists. And Harrison Ford also has um, Parkinson's. I'm sorry. I didn't laugh because he has Parkinson's. The reason that I remembered that he has Parkinson's is that he likes to say blank, fill in the blank with a bad word that starts with an F, Parkinson's. And so I couldn't remember what it was, but then I thought, what does he say? And then I remembered. So I got to be clear there. I'm not laughing at Parkinson's. But it is it is a kind of a heartfelt show dealing with some very difficult topics, but it's by the creators of, um, uh, oh my gosh, Ted Lasso. So, yes, there are always lots of funny lines. Callie said it perfectly. And Callie, I don't know if that's your name, but it's Callie LNZ21. Shrinking makes you feel all the feels. Yes, a broad range of emotions. Lindsay, Callie. Okay, so which Lindsay? Is it Lindsay Stout? Different Lindsay. I know several Lindsays. Callie, tell me what Lindsay. Um, yeah, Kathy said it's always a funny line when he says blank Parkinson's, and then they all say blank Parkinson's. He's got a good, well, he gets to the point where he has a good perspective about having Parkinson's. All right. So this one is shrinking humor. Stout. Hello, Lindsay Stout. Okay, are you kissing a dog in your picture? I can't see the picture's like, one quarter of an inch. That's funny. Yes, hello, my friend. Are you retreating this weekend or no? All right. So this is humorous, heartfelt. What else do we have? Relatable in some cases, maybe. Relatable, optimistic. Um, and it they so when I was looking, so for all of these things, I Googled, right? Because I needed to get the photos. And then as I had Googled, it also tells you something about the show. And this one I pulled because I thought I liked the way they worded this. A hangout type vibe. And that is what they're doing a lot of time. Hangout type vibe. All right. So those are the shows I'm watching. Thank you. Your parents, Pup Bailey, you were in June Lake fishing. Oh, she's no longer with you. I'm sorry. But it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that photo. Um, Retreating, organizing, purging my office craft room. All right. So here we go. Now, this is all I'm doing to this list right now. In case you joined us late, what I decided to do, I'm going to way junk journal this by either going to the store and buying a TV guide and putting the TV guide pages behind this, or going online and Googling TV guide. And then I'm certain online I can find TV guide pages to print out. And those will be the base of my pages here. Okay. Base of my spread. So there we go. And then I will probably wait. Oh, no, actually. I kind of have this. I kind of have this little trapped white space right here, right? You know what I mean by trapped white space? It's like this. It looks like something's missing there. So when we talk about something being missing, there are two things that my mind goes to. I need to add something right there. So I could either add a word strip sticker, or I could put the date stamp there. So let's look and see. Let me grab word strip stickers. Word stickers, one of my favorite things to use. I always say if it looks like something's missing, the answer is a word strip sticker. But I feel like we need black there, right? Yes, absolutely black. So let's look. Be fierce. We might not find something to exactly work. Make it count. Maybe make it count. Life is good. Um, come what may, just breathe. I'm really looking more for the size of something to fit there. Um, listen to your heart, it will show you the way. Now it's funny because I saw the show, but yeah, I know. Make it count. What about make it count? I don't know. Make it count could be really if you're spending your time. Well, you really should make all your time count, but maybe if you're spending your time watching TV, watching a show, you should make it count. There we go. Perfect, right? It's exactly what we needed. See how it was just kind of an empty space, trapped white space, and now it's fine. All right, so there we go. And I will show you what that one looks like next week, but I think that's going to be really fun with a TV guide vibe. All right. TV guide. Back then, there weren't that many things on TV, right? Well, there were lots of things on TV, but not that many channels. And then most of them stopped broadcasting at midnight, right? So you could fit it in a nice little magazine. Nice little, kind of like a Reader's Digest size magazine, if I remember correctly. All right, we have one more list to go, my friends. I am going to just give me a second to clean these things up. Hello,
One
dear.
more list to go.
One more, yes, one more
It's
list to go.
1 o'clock already. You're already in overtime.
Actually, it's good that's only 3 hours so far. Did you just have lunch?
A little bit ago, yeah.
Did you have some pizza? Okay. All right.
Did you hear the hailstorm that just blew through?
There was a hailstorm?
Oh yeah,
No,
like
I'm
bigger than pea-sized hail was that?
bigger than pea-sized hail. Well, it's a good thing we're not in Augusta. That ruined the golf game. It's nice and sunny there. I know someone here is from there. All right, friends, our last list. Our last list. I'm going to have another sip. We're gonna have 5 sips. Okay, 5 sips. That's 2. Oh yes, a rock from Liz. I know everyone wants a rock from Liz, right? That's how you know you're on the good side of the list, right? It's part of shrinking. Okay, 4. It'd be so much easier if it didn't have ice in it. I need to remember that for next time. Okay, 5. Thank you for helping me take care of myself. All right. Oh gosh. Now, oh darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Ice headache, like ice cream headache. Oh, I can't do that. That's no good. That does not feel good. Owie. All right. Uh, if you're gonna get an ice cream headache, you might as well like have ice cream. Right? It's no fun getting brain freeze. Thank you. It's no fun getting brain freeze from water. Might as well make it worthwhile. All right. So, our last list. Our last list for today is your dream dinner guests. Now, I will tell you one thing. I would have 2 versions of this list. And maybe one day I'll do another version of this list that no one else sees. I very specifically did not put anyone politically related on my list for one reason or another. Reasons don't matter, right? I just don't want to go there. Um, so, my list of people that would be my dream dinner guests are without anybody that has to do with politics. Now, some of the people on my list, like, I don't know, let's look. Meryl Streep. Maybe to you, Meryl Streep is political. I don't think she is. I don't know. But she's not a politician or she's not in a um, anyhow, it doesn't matter. But they're very specifically for me because we don't do politics here. I don't have anyone politically related on my list. All right. This is our dream dinner guest list. So um, I will be using photos on this list. And I'm going to talk through my process of what I did. I forgot. I meant to cut one of these out ahead of time and then I didn't have time or I spaced it. So I'm using this piece of paper. This is from 49 and Market. This is part of Vicky's Artful Moments collection. This is a 12 by 12 piece of paper. I loved this piece of paper. I love all those little boxes, right? Aren't those little boxes very cool? And you may see them as tags. I don't see them as tags. I see them as little boxes. So I will be cutting out these little boxes. This paper is from, and I do still have this on the website, and I bring that up because I try not to use product that maybe is sold out everywhere. You can't find it anymore, like most of Vicky's Artful Moments collection. But this particular product is still around. It is the Starters Paper Pack. All right. So I have pulled this piece of paper from the Starters paper pack, and you can see lots of beautiful bright color, kind of a watercolor effect on a lot of the different pieces. All right. So I'm using that paper from Artful Moments, and it is the Starters Paper Pack. So I have photos for up to 8 people that I would like to join me as my, they would be my dream dinner guests. All right, up to 8. So let's go here and let's get out our trimmer and let's cut out some of these. I know, Louisa, it went very quickly, and it went very quickly across the entire market, right? Um, I will tell you that 49 a Market ordered less of that collection than they normally would order. And I can say that because Vicky says that. Vicky had told me that, but then Vicky has also said that. So it's, it's not, it's public information. Um, so they had ordered less. That is why it went pretty quickly. I do still have some of the SKUs, and any of the SKUs that I still have are, still it's not that I still have them, they're still available pretty much everywhere. But you could look on the website to see what is still available if you're still looking for it. So let me just cut this thing off. It'll make it a lot easier if I cut the product strip off first. And then because I'm cutting, I'm just going to go ahead and cut all these because I don't know yet what colors I would like to use. And so I might as well cut through everything and make it easy. And then whatever colors I don't use, I will then save them for something else because these are going to be like little frames for my photos. All right. So now let's come in and cut the rest of these up. I think I'll be okay if I leave just maybe a little bit of color around those little frames. Let's see what we want to do here. I want to do a pink, I think. So I don't necessarily need to cut all of these out right now while we're together. Oh, and you know who I could put for pink? I do have pink on my list. The musician. Not, well, musician, singer, songwriter, artist, whatever you want to call her. Depending on how long you've been around, you may have heard my story about how I met her in the swimming pool and had a half an hour conversation with her about life and kids and how difficult it is to be a professional woman sometimes, especially in her field. Professional mom. I mean, not a professional mom. You know what I mean? How to be an artist and then also be a mom. Okay, here are some so far. So we think we need at least 8, right? This is actually from a pattern piece of paper BVD stitching. It is from the Artful Moments collection, Vicky Bouton's Artful Moments collection with 49 a Market. So in the description box of the video below, you will find a link to what I am using, and you'll find this paper pack there. It is the starters pack. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? It may be interesting. We'll see how many we end up fitting because I might end up needing to pick another person to come to the dinner party because we'll see how these all lay out. See, cut that one. All right, 1, 2, 3. We need some orange for sure. Need orange. I don't know. We might need, maybe we need both of these oranges because one is a little bit reddish looking, maybe. We'll see. Oh, no. Guess we won't be using that one. Look what I just did. I cut it off. All right, let's use this one. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 6. We need two more. Two more. I think we need to go with a darker blue too. Let's go with a dark blue. Okay, and then what should be our last color? Assuming we can get 8. I don't even know if we can get 8. We'll have to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's no red. Isn't that interesting? Maybe we need to do like, I don't know, a teal? Oh, that leaves me lots of blues. Okay, because if you look at those are kind of all in the blue family. I don't think that we want a teal. I think we need to go with another. Maybe we'll go with this guy, this bright pink. The bright pink. The picked raspberry kitsch flamingo looking pink. Now, if I didn't have this piece of paper, could we get the same effect? Absolutely, we could. You know what we could do? We could take a stamp like that, right? When you look at that, we could take a stamp like that. You could stamp it in black, and then you could take one of your foam blending tools, right? So, one of these guys, like this guy, right? And you could ink in the inside of the little stamped area there, right? Maybe you mask off the frame, the black, because you don't want to, accidentally ink over that. But you could make this very easily. Well, I won't say easily, it would be simple to make. It would take time, but it would be simple to make, right? There's a person I follow on Instagram, Shuggy. I don't know if any of you follow her. She's a I don't know, health and fitness young woman. And she was saying something yesterday about um, it's not easy, but it's simple. And that's not hard, right? Simple. All right. And I thought, that's interesting. Yes, it can things that can be simple, but they're not necessarily easy. All right. So we've got 8. We have 8. So in actuality, this will end up looking a little bit like this list, right? Because I'm using kind of the same thing with boxes. I thought I might do something like this, where we're just kind of like, you know, throwing these little guys on here in no particular order. Now, I am not really a crooked person. I'm very much a person who's more like this, right? So we'll see if I can get over the crookedness. But now the next question is, do we need a background? Do we need a background? Well, before we get there, let's do this. Before we decide on whether we need a background or not, let's figure out our photos. Because I knew I was using a lot of different color for my frames, my picture frames, I decided to turn all of the photos black and white. So all I did, I went to Google, except for this one. This is my grandma, so she's not on Google. Um, I went and searched, for example, Pink. I found a photo of Pink, the singer, that I liked, saved it to my phone. Mel Robbins saved to my phone. Frank Sinatra saved to my phone. I saved all these people to my phone. And then I went in and edited each photo. Just used one of the not a filter, one of the little actions. I don't know what you call them, and changed them to black and white. And then I used the Epson Creative Print app. Remember, same thing that I used to print all of these guys um, on this list. Printed them on one photo, right? That is a 4x6 photo. Now, something interesting happened. This was my first shot at doing it. I did no measuring. I didn't measure at all. I thought, oh, I think that this is about the same size. If I pick this template on the Epson Creative Print, those look like they might fit. I printed this out and went, uh-oh, that photo is going to cover up basically all of that inside color, and I didn't want it to do that. So instead of having to open up another app or measure or do anything, I used one really simple click in that Epson Creative Print app. And it is changing the borders. So you see that all I had to do was not shrink down. I had to no, I had to expand. I had to make I have to figure out how to say this. Um, because all I had to do was basically do a little slider. I made the white borders much larger, which as I made the borders larger, made the photos smaller, right? So I didn't have to do any extra work except for move the little slider and print it off again. And now I have what I need. Increase the border size. Thank you, Ms. L. Increase the border size. That's exactly what I was trying to say. I just increased the border size. And it's one of your little options that you can select in that app. That app, there's a free class on my YouTube channel here on how to use that Epson Creative Print app. That Epson Creative Print app is pretty fabulous. That, in my opinion, is where all the power comes from with the printer itself. So, if you use the Epson Creative Print printer, if you use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer or any Epson printer for that matter, you can use that Epson Creative Print app, and that app is incredibly powerful. It does a lot of different things, and in that class, I show you how to do all of them. Well, most of them. All right, so let's trim these. Let's trim these. Yes, Susie, of course. I would like to have Pink to my dinner party because I'd ask her more questions about when we met. And I'd say, hey, remember me? And she'd be like, no. And I'd say, no, no, no. You remember we were here in the pool and you thought your son was missing and he was just dove underwater. And then I'm like, oh no, your son's over here because you were panicking, because I can understand why you'd panic, because you are, pretty famous and maybe someone would want to take your son. And so you thought someone had taken your son, but it was okay because he was just underwater. And I said, oh no, it's okay. He's right there. And then you were like, okay, thanks. And then you were across the pool and then you said something, and I said, what? 'Cause I couldn't hear you. And then I said something, and you were like, what? Because you couldn't hear me. And so you got in the pool and you walked across the pool and started up a conversation. And then we talked for a good half an hour. And I'd say, now you remember me? And she'd say, no. Or she probably would. I don't know. Maybe she would remember. Maybe not. But I'd say, hey. And then she's incredibly talented. And I think has had a little bit of a hard life. She's very outspoken. Well, I think a lot of these people on my list are. Maybe, I don't know. I guess Meryl Streep you could consider outspoken. My grandmother, you would certainly could consider outspoken. Bob Ross, was he outspoken? I don't know. Um, oh no. Bob, I'm sorry, you needed a haircut. So I'm going, oh, good, it's okay. Because remember, I printed two of these. I was going to cut these ahead of time and then I forgot. So it's actually good that I didn't, because I'd have to but we'd have to wait. Bob would have to wait till later. But we don't need to have Bob wait for later because now we're good. I was not paying attention to the placement of my photos in the printer. I mean, excuse me, my paper in the printer when I printed these. I think they were all crooked. So he's going to be a little bit off, but it's okay. I dressed up as Bob Ross for Halloween one year. Lindsay, are you still here? Remember that when I was Bob Ross? It's actually quite easy to be Bob Ross. I got a wig, a big, puffy hair wig, and then wore Levi's, and then no Levi's. I wore jeans, and then like a denim shirt, and then just walked around with the paint palette. So that was a really easy one. Anne, yes, Anne, yes, yes, yes. Anne said this list to you after I heard it being asked on a talk show. And I said, I thought at the beginning, I thought it was you. It was you. And Anne's would be Hoda Kotb, Mel Robbins, Maria Shriver. Oh, and you and Vicky. Oh, that's so sweet, Anne. Thank you. Some also very nice woman. I don't remember her name, emailed me this morning and said, look who's the top of my list. And she had written out her list, and and I was on there, which I thought was very sweet. My gosh, it feels like I've been cutting these people forever. I thought all these people were already cut. Apologies. I honestly, that's why I had two of the same photo because my plan was to do all my cutting ahead of time. And then I was going to show you, this is what I printed out. And I'd say, here, now they're all cut. And it didn't happen. So tell me, even if you're not listing with us, who would be on your dream dinner guest list? Who would you want to come to dinner? They could be someone living, someone not living. It could be, it's your list. You get to decide, right? You get to decide who's on your list. This is also one of those lists. It's kind of a time capsule, right? Because I guarantee you, these people would, I don't know if any of these people would have been on my list if I had done this list, when I was 25. My grandma wouldn't because I probably had, had dinner with her in the last 6 months. So she wouldn't be on my list. She's now no longer living. I had no concept of Mel Robbins back then. I had, Pink wouldn't have been relatable to me back then. So she wouldn't have been on my list. This is one of those lists. It's fun to do with lots of different people. Kids, you could ask kids, who would you want to be? If you had people coming over for dinner, who would you want to be? Or who would you want to come? Maybe they're sports people. Maybe there are, I don't know, maybe if kids are really into video games, maybe there's a video gamer that they watch that they would really like to be there. But it kind of tells a lot about people. It's also kind of a great conversation starter because, well, just kind of, it's a great conversation starter. I think we might have to put pink in the pink. So look at, here's my little frames. Now that I see that, guess what I'm going to do? I don't need the white behind the photo. I mean, I've had that little white background. I don't think we want the white background because if we have the white background, we won't be able to see. This would be the difference of winging it and figuring it out ahead of time. But I winged it. So there she goes. She's just a nice little frame in there. Oh, no, 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 no. Look who's coming in to say hello. Did you see that nice stretch there? Mister, this is not working. Oh, I get a headbutt. Did you see that? I got a headbutt. I got a headbutt. Jimmy Fallon, Bruce Springsteen, Ann Patchett, my grandmother and grandfather, President Kennedy, Jane Goodall, Tim Mario, you in the chat group. Oh, that's super fun. Let's see who else we have. Bruce Springsteen. Did I already say that? Julia Child, Pink, Michelle Obama, Pope Leo, Oprah. Reggie, I know that was different, Reg. Yeah, look at him. He's just hanging out. Someone else said the Obama, Jimmy Fallon's, right? Different, right? So we've got lots of different perspectives, which is it's really fun to kind of have that conversation. Dude, you were going to get your ear cut off. You were going to get your ear cut off. Susie, I saw that on maybe Facebook this morning. You went and saw Bruce Springsteen. Very cool. You've seen him lots, right? Did I read that? Betty Davis, Judy Bloom, author that many of us probably remember from our um, maybe middle school years, right? Yet Reggie's always going to be the star. Well, not always, but you know who wants attention now. So guess what? I'll let him sit here for a minute while I'm just removing these little backgrounds from these people. I think what I was saying before he so rudely interrupted me was that this is the difference between planning and I mean I planned ahead, right? But really measuring and, figuring everything out. If I had done that, I wouldn't be doing all this, but you know, we get what we get. Um all right. Dude, I'm hoping you're going to get bored enough that you're just going to leave. Oh, whoops. Okay. That was timed very well, wasn't it? So, just as I was saying, I hope you get bored enough and leave. Then what does he do? He completely stretches out like he's sprawled. He does need some love. He's a very attention hungry cat. He really likes, yeah, yeah, timing's impeccable, isn't it? Dork. Silly kitty. Man. Yep. All right. See, look at him. There he goes. He just sprawls. Jill Scott, Elton John, Cher, Lola Young, Ray, Judy Holliday, Stephen King. He's a pretty kitty, not Stephen King. Reggie. Oh, look at if I ignore him. So yes, Sarah, the plan is to still get him a friend. because he just is he's become a lot. He has become a lot. He's a handful. Because we had one, two, three, four, five, six. Who are we missing? We're missing Bob. Oh, that's when I cut Bob's hair off. No, when Bob got a haircut. When Bob unwittingly, unknowingly got a haircut. Um, because Lily and Denise used to work here. And so he was used to having somebody be here all the time. And he no longer has someone here all the time. So he is lonely from that perspective. And I've been traveling a lot. And then also, spending some time at ow. Okay, now we're biting. Biting doesn't work. That's his way of saying hello. Okay, friends, just one second. I'm gonna have to just put him out of the room. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy. Hey, sorry. Hey, sorry, Reg. Go find Dad. Sorry. Oh, he'll be sad now. He'll be mad. Now he's gonna be mad. All right. He is lonely. I know he's lonely. It's like the people that got pets during the pandemic, and then pandemic ended, and the pets were like, then people went back to their lives, and then the pets like, wait a minute, what's going on? That's what poor Reggie feels like he's doing. He's like, wait a minute, where's all my friends? So yes, we will be getting much, much to Nick's chagrin. We will be getting another cat. Uh, we just have to be home first, so that's when we've got to figure it out. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ladybugs came to the ladybug picnic. All right, so we've got 1, 2. Oh, this was not planned. I did not try to plan this so I had an even number of males and females. That was by accident. All right, so now let's figure out what colors they should go on. And here's the thing. My list, I don't have to do any writing. I will stamp a title, but well, you know what? I might, right? Let's look. I might need to write their names below. We'll see, because that's my grandma. That's my grandma Marie. I'm named after my grandma Marie. So if we do, let's have Fred Rogers. Let's have, oh, she can't go there because Pink goes there. Let's have Fred Rogers. Now we'll put Pink on this bright one. We'd like to put my grandma here. So, because I want her on this page. We have my grandma. We have Pink. We have, well, you know what we could do here? We could certainly do this if we did red, orange, yellow. We could do Mel Robbins. We could do Meryl Streep. Those could all be in one side. And then on the other side, in Roy G. Bibb order, red, orange, yellow. So we can do green next. Those are very similar. Maybe we better do a purple or a really dark blue. Let's do a really dark blue. And guess what? I am just going to use my little scissors, not going to get out the trimmer again. And we'll do a dark blue instead because those blues are, I think, too similar. All right. It won't quite be straight, but that's okay. There we go. All right, so over here, let's do Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers. Then let's do, how about Frank Sinatra? And then Tom Hanks. And then we will wrap with Bob Ross. All right. So there are the people on my list. That reminds me of, remember that song, Who Are the People in Your Neighborhood? The people that you greet when you're walking down the street. All right. Get them adhered in their cute little frames here. And remember, I'm using pattern paper. So really, all I've done here is really used one piece of pattern paper, which is, um, a pretty easy way to do a list, even though I had to cut all the pieces out. But you wouldn't even have to do that. You could, like I said, you could stamp this. Stamp it and use your inks and create your own little frames. Would be super cute. Just use your ink blending tools to add color to the inside of the frames. Uh so okay, now I don't remember. Oh yes, okay, there we go. Gigi. That's funny. I thought, uh-oh, maybe I just outed G2. I outed our Star Wars fan. I'm just calling you that because C3PO. I thought that's so weird. We were talking G2C671, and I said, "Hey, G2C67, tell us your name." And then nothing. And I thought, "Uh-oh, maybe it's like the witness protection program and we've just outed her." But yes, I get it. You left for a minute and now you're back. So yes, congratulations. You were the random lucky winner. Our last random lucky winner. What did I do with the scissors? Oh, um, for the favorite current stamp set. It was so funny because it was completely random, always is. I literally scroll and with my finger, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. And she had said, I want that's on my list of things to get from you at Little Craft Fest. And then there you go. Gigi. Thank you, Gigi. I was your first customer at last year's. You were. Oh, Gigi, I love that. You remind me. So guess what? When I see you, you'll have to say, "Remember me, Gigi," and I'll be like, "No," and then you'll be like, "G2C67," and I'll be like, "Oh yes, I remember." You're forever now known as C3PO in my book because I can remember C3PO. I can't remember G2C67. And you know what? You'll come to the booth and be like, "It's me, C3PO." And I'll be like, "What?" I'll be like, "I have no idea who you are, but whatever." Yeah, I'll remember. If you said that, I would remember. All right. So I don't know. Remember, I'm not the kind of person, red, orange, yellow, that does little things like that. I think we just have to do, yes. Oh, I know what we're going to do. I've got the perfect idea. All right. So we need a title. We're going to stamp the title. So for the title, um, hang on, let me look at, there were some things here that I had seen, I know. Da, 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 da. Oh, unique. You know what? So maybe we'll use unique down here. That could be kind of fun because these people are all very unique. In my book, they're unique. So let's see if we can find unique. Maybe right here. Oh, look at that. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. Unique. Maybe original works too because, original. They're original. In my book, they're original. All right. I think that will be good. Now, um, I need stamp. Let me look and see what I had written down here I wanted to use for stamp. Um, I had cut tags and 12 by 12 paper. I guess I didn't write down what I was going to, what, what I was going to use for the title. So I think I will put, I have to figure out what I want to stamp. So I'm walking over to the other side of the room for a minute. Excuse me, you will still hear me, but I will sound like I'm in a tunnel. Maybe we'll just use this one. Maybe we'll use Reggie Alpha. I bet you know who that's named after. Reggie Alpha. I will use that for my title because I think I might be able to fit Dream Dinner Guests. Yes, that pack was huge. The 49 and Market die cut packs are always very, very, very full. It's also, full wide set, but that is 112 die cut pieces. Lots of pieces there, right? All right. Mm, I just saw another one that might be fun to use instead of original. How about Memories Made? Because Memories Made we'd be making lots of memories at that dinner, wouldn't we? And you'd be making lots of memories at your dinner, whoever, or whatever people, whomever is coming to your dinner party. Oh, come on. Okay, hang on. We're just gonna down, and I will clean them up, put them back later. It's gonna be way easier to find if I do that. Memories made. There we go. And we'll decide depending on how much room we have. All right, so there we go. We're using our cut apart tags, and those are die cuts from the journaling bits set. All right, so for our title, Dream Dinner Guests. So I think what I do is, oopsie. Let's talk about what's happening here. Do you see on the back of my stamp set, first of all, my S dropped off, and then the N or the U is out of the place, T, a bunch of these letters are out of place. That will happen with your stamps. What that is telling me is that the back of my stamps are dusty or dirty. So they are no longer clinging to the film. So all I need to do, and I've just pulled out my stamp chamois, all I need to do is wipe them off. And I can, oopsie, don't lose that. I can feel when I pick that up, I can feel that it doesn't have any stick left to it. And that's just because, especially your smaller stamps, less surface area on them, over time they can, get a little bit dirty, dusty, or lint on the backs, and then they will not stick to the cling film. And if they're not sticking to the cling film, that also means they probably won't stick very well to your stamping block. And that's dangerous, right? Because if they're not sticking well to your stamping block and you ink up your stamp and then you're getting ready to stamp and it falls off the stamping block, that's going to kind of make a mess, which generally we don't want, right? All right, so I need to spell out dream dinner guests. So I'm going to open my very large, this drawer is probably, I don't know, 2, 3 feet. I bet it's 3 feet wide. So when I open it, it really shakes the table. Right now, the camera is, well, it's not my permanent cameras that I'll have in here, and it's not on the permanent kind of built in to the desk stand. So eventually it won't shake, or it should shake less. All right. So what we need here now is we need A, B, C, D, G, R, E, A, dream. And then we have D again. I, N, N, E, R. And then guests. G, U, E, S, T. All right. So we've got some things we need to fill in with stamps that we already have out. So there's 2 ways I can stamp this title. It is definitely a well-loved stamp set. Absolutely. So that is a new chamois. Have no clue. It must have gotten thrown away somehow, but yeah, it's a new one. Well, new one, but I mean, I've used it. And this is what it's supposed to look like. In fact, my last one was they just get, and it's not that it's dirty, but the ink gets absorbed into that little chamois. So eventually this will be black and it'll look like it kind of has a big old bruise on it because there'll be some blues and reds and all that. But yeah, that's a new one. Never could find it. So Mary, mounting the camera from the ceiling. Here's the thing. I will have 2 cameras and I could have more cameras than that. So one is a video camera, one is a camera, but will also work video wise, but it will have 2 different angles. So that way it makes it, I mean, you could mount from the ceiling, but that makes it a little bit harder to mount from the ceiling. So, but yes, that was also a thought. All right. So my stamping. Oh, I know what I was saying before I sidetracked myself. There are a couple of ways I could do my title. I could spell each word on one single block. So I could take dream and I can put it all on one block and spell that word. I don't like to do that. I like to control the space between each of my letters in a word. And I can't control the spacing if I put all the letters for one word on the same stamping block because your stamps are going to have extra material around them. It helps give them stability, right? They can't, when they cut the stamp, they don't cut the stamp. When they make the mold for the stamp, there has to be extra material around the stamp or else it wouldn't stamp well, right? Um, so, you have that extra material around each letter that when you go to spell a word on one stamping block, for me, there's too much space between each letter. So I stamp each letter by itself. So I am going to do this. So if I do dream, dinner, guess. So I wonder, let's see, do we think we can dinner guess? Will that fit? It will. So I am going to do dream right here. I don't want to lose too much space. So if I do dream right here, DREAM. So A would be in the center and the M is a little bit wider. I'm just trying to decide where to start. DR, if that's the center-ish, let's start with the A. Now, because I have so much color on here already, I think I'm just going to go with black. It'll be a nice stark contrast. Where is my pencil? Oh, here it is. So all I'm doing is making a little tick mark right here. So I remember that's where I want the A to start. And then this is also the line I'm working on. All right, we need our black again. Camera shaking while I open the drawer. Now I should test all of these before I go. So I'm going to just have this next to me because this will be a lot easier because it's just holding itself open. So I'm starting with the D-R-E. Oh, no, 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 Layle. No, no, no. Sorry. The E. D-R-E-A-M. The E is in the center. Oh, that almost would have been bad. The E. The E. What did I just do? Hold on. Oh, please. Gosh. All right, there we go. I've cleaned this off because I need to take it off. The E is in the center, not the A. You guys, you're supposed to tell me. You're supposed to help me. Let me know I'm about ready to do something really wrong. All right. There we go. All right. So my E is going to start D-R-E-A-M. Oh, I know something else I need to do. Uh, Julie is reminding us if you have not hit the like button yet, please do so. That would be great. Yes, we've had a lot more people than we have now. So we know that not everyone is doing their job. That's your job. Your job is to laugh at all my jokes, and your job is to, but I really don't know if you're laughing. So I just tell myself you're laughing. But then also, if you'd like the video, thumbs up. That's super helpful. Thank you. So what I came in here right now and did is I brought in a pencil board. A pencil board is a flat surface that you can put underneath something to give you a nice flat, even surface to stamp on. All right. Pencil board. Carol, yep, pencil board. I think you were saying to me, hey, Layle, you forgot your pencil board, right? At least that's how I'm interpreting that. The pencil board. When you can't take a page out, right? We can't take a page out there. We, or basically, when I say take a page out, you saw me work off the page on our last list with the shows. When you can't take a page out, like take it out to work on a list, having a pencil board in beneath your page is very helpful. Very helpful. Okay, D. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Oh, did I put my D back already? No. A, B, C, D. Where's my D? Oh, here it is. Over here. So when we talk about a pencil board and why that is helpful, the surface underneath here is not necessarily flat, right? It is anything I did here, and really anything I did, even maybe this far back, could be affecting my stamping. Because if it's super lumpy bumpy, it is not going to give me a nice flat, a nice stamped impression, right? Dream. So that's what a pencil board is. Dream. All right, so this, it takes longer, but more control, and I like spacing. I like the way it looks that way. Dream. Dinner guests. All right, so many of you told me who your dream dinner guests were. If you didn't tell me, share. I mean, not share like CHER, like the singer. I mean, share. SHARE. So dinner has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in it, right? So now what I need to think about is think about where I'm going to start because this, my D is higher than anything else. right? So Dinner. No, we don't want it there because it needs to be more like here. Dinner. More, maybe more like right here. I'm going to make it work right here. Because there's going to be a little bit of trapped white space in there, which is not my favorite. But it is what it is. Oh, I didn't test the M, did I? So we said we want this guy to be right about here. The other thing when you are stamping is that I wouldn't be able to get it. Well, I guess I would. I could get it as close as I needed there in space in between words. My dream dinner guest would be my granny, who passed away when I was only 2. Oh, that would it's see, isn't it just things like that? And you can have personal people on your list, personal people like my grandma or Carol's granny. My grandma was an amazing person. She passed away. Oh my gosh, I don't know, lots of years ago. But Nick had the opportunity to meet her, which I just thought of someone else who should be on my list. Darn it. Um, Nick's dad, Nick's father passed away when Nick was in his early 20s. And I never had the opportunity to meet him. Yes, I would love to. I would love to have him at a dinner. Anyhow, Nick had a chance to meet my grandparents, and also Jack and Sam had a chance to meet my grandparents, their great grandparents. Now they were pretty little. I mean, they were both below the age of 5, so they don't remember a lot. But and my middle name I'm named after her, Marie. Dream dinner. Now, as soon as I get my stamping done, the rest of this list is going to go very quickly. Well, you guys are all like, yeah, famous last words, Layle. Dream dinner. Oh, not quite even. That's okay. Dream dinner guest. Now, if stamping is not your thing, or you're like, oh my gosh, Layle, I don't have 18 hours to stamp out a title, stickers work just as well, right? GUESTS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Isn't that interesting? Same length. Dream dinner guests. So now the question is, do I just start here in the same spot and make it look like? I think I'm going to make it look like I meant to write justify everything, even though I really didn't mean to. Ooh, hang on. If I'm right justifying, that means I need to start with the end. I caught myself there. We're going to go backwards. Now, if you are stamping backwards, and that's a great trick. Stamp backwards when you are trying to make things line up, right? I know where the end is. So I would like to make everything in line with this right justification. So I should start with the end instead of the beginning. But when you are spelling backwards, it's a good idea to have your word written down, because then you can continue to refer to how to spell said word backwards, especially if you have blonde hair. I can say that. Yes, I will have to have another dream dinner. Or guess what? Here's the other thing. I can replace someone. I could absolutely replace someone. Like maybe Tom Hanks is replaceable. Maybe I just don't do him, right? That's I will do that. Because that's way easier. I mean, that way he can, you know what? Because I mean, here's the thing. I mentioned I would end up having 2 of these lists because there are some um, people in politics that I would like to have on my list for varying reasons. Maybe I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask them, or maybe I'm very fond of them, or maybe a mix of both. But I don't want to mix that list with Nick's dad. I don't want to do that. So I will replace one of our esteemed gentlemen over here. GUE. Okay, we're just about done with our stamping. Tokyo trip. It was amazing. Thank you. It was amazing. It really was fabulous. It's funny because I we lived there when I was 4, 5, and 6. And I really have had zero desire to go back. Zero desire. Um, and then my friend Paula, uh, Crafty Destinations, she does uh, groups, small groups. And she had done maybe two, one or two. And I was chatting with her at the Simple Stories retreat that I taught at 2 years ago. And I said, "Hey, Paula. Hey, Paula. Um, I said, Vicky and I've been talking, and we think it'd be really fun if we did one of your things. So we made it happen, and just did that, and it was amazing. And I'm like, oh, I want to go back. 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 And it's so funny because I always, prior to that, had thought I don't ever really have any desire to go back, and I'm so glad I did. So glad. All right, dream dinner guests. My letters are a little skimwampus. That's okay. Nick's dad could be the bonus VIP. I know, but then I don't have anywhere to put him on my little list here. Maybe I do. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We shall see. All right. Now we're just going to put those guys off to the side. I won't bother putting them back right now. Just move them over there. All right. Dream dinner guests. Now we need to outline our list. So what's interesting about this is whether do I put their names below them or not? So I know who they are. I should probably do that. I mean, I know who the people are, but in 20 years, maybe Jack looks at this, or older son, or maybe if they have kids, maybe a grandchild looks at this and they're like, well, who are those people? I don't even know who those people are. Right. So I should probably put their names below. I can write in small, legible type. All right. So here we go. And red, orange. Okay. I had a really fun idea on how I'm going to do these guys. So I'm going to start with the bottom. I'll put the two on the bottom first because I keep referring to these as frames, right? I keep calling these frames. And I started thinking, well, you know what? Why don't we embrace that idea of frames by doing this? There's a little frame, there's a little hanger, right? Like they're hanging on the wall. Now, what's fun, now that I think about it, I actually have the Swatch This Washi, I think has a stamp that does that. And pink's a little too tall here. Um, so that, making those guys like little picture frames like that, that could work really with any of your boxes, right? So that could have worked with this too, right? I could have, I mean, doesn't really pertain to this list, but you could hang any of your boxes that way, right? By just taking out your little pen and I didn't even use a ruler or anything on there, did I? I gotta make sure I've got enough room up above for those two and my title. Um, just kind of freehanded it, which works. Oh, grandma is shorter than pink. In real life, grandma was not shorter than pink. My grandma was probably 5'10", 5'11". When I meet some of you, that's the one thing about me that really surprises you. Um, I don't even know what size. What size? I don't even know what height to say I am anymore. Because I used to be 5'10". I am no longer 5'10". When I go to the doctor, they're like, "Oh, you're 5'7". I'm like, I am not 5'7". So I'm going to say now I'm maybe about 5'8". I don't know. Okay, so here, one, even though red, orange, yellow, green. Okay, here, here. Oh, we've got to make enough room for their hangers. And then I'm just going to put, we'll take Tom off. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Tom. You're out. Here. And then remember, I had a couple of things I wanted to add that I had pulled off to the side. Titles, unique, right? Unique. We could do unique. We could do original, unique. I don't think we want original in there. I think we're going to do this unique, and I think we're going to do memories made like that. So we're filling in our space a little bit, right? Now, this guy's a little bit too, this guy, Frank Sinatra, has a name. He's a little bit too long as well. All right. Oh, now Tom is forever with me because he's glued to the table. No, there we go. Sorry, Tom. You're out. You're voted off the island. Oh, that also reminds me. So we have, I have quite a few list topics already figured out for our all day, which will now be, a night and a day, for the May 1st and 2nd for International Scrapbook Day. One of the lists is, one of the list topics for then is, I haven't quite figured out how to title it yet, how to name it, but it's basically shows that are super popular that I've never watched. And now what I need to do, because I just remembered one, the one I just remembered is Survivor, when you talk about getting voted off the island. Right here, Survivor. What is what's the one about the, like the dragons and the oh my gosh, the dragons and the kings and the queens? What's that one called, you guys? King's, no, King Throne? King of Thrones? No. No, what is that? King of Thrones, I think, is a sitcom. What is that show, my friends? Clearly I've never watched it. Game of Thrones. Thank you, Paula. Game of Thrones. King of Thrones? Game of Thrones. Thank you. That's another one added to my list. I just remembered. So there we go. So if you want to pre-party, if you want to plan ahead, that is one of our lists. Shows that are super popular that you've never watched. All right, so we need to get these little guys ready here. I need to make sure we had kind of we need about 2 lines in between each one, right? Yes, we need 2 lines. So this is interesting. When I drew my sketch, this is what this sketch looked like. Okay, now you're like, well, Layle, it looks pretty similar. This is where these pieces didn't come in, or that piece. That piece was going to be this. It was going to be all these people at a dinner party. And I don't know what I was thinking, because that would have never fit, right? That never would have fit with all of my pictures. But otherwise, it's pretty similar to my sketch. All righty. There's a little Bob Ross for us. And then this one is too tall also. That'll be a very interesting discussion in the chat when we do our list about shows we haven't watched, like super popular shows that we haven't watched. Because there might be shows that I've watched that aren't on your list. Maybe like Breaking Bad, or maybe like, I don't know, any of my favorites that we talked about earlier. Oh, I just thought of another fun one. We won't do it the same weekend. But another one would be shows that I used to watch that I don't watch anymore. One of those for me is hold on. Oh, that's too far. One of those for me is the Today Show. And there's no reason really that I don't watch the Today Show anymore. It's not like it got too political or too soft, or Hoda Kotb left and it made me mad. No reason. I don't know why. Well, I don't watch TV in the morning anymore. I used to wake up and turn on the TV and have coffee and whatever, be on my phone for a while. And I've stopped. I haven't done that maybe in a year. So now I try not to pick up my phone too when I first wake up. That's just not very good for you. It depletes your dopamine right off the bat, first thing in the morning, which is not good. So I try to pick up my Kindle and read. All right, there we go. So I'll figure out something to do up here, right? This is way too plain Jane. Way too plain Jane over here. So I will figure this out. I'll add something, I'll add a little bit more color or something. But I also did mention that I wanted to add, you know what, we just might not have room for their names. I mean, there's this little tiny space in here. Grandma Marie, pink. Should we do it? I think we should do it. Okay. Grandma Marie, pink. Mel Robbins, Meryl Streep, Fred Rogers. I guess they go right here. Fred Rogers, Frank Sinatra. Now this one is going to be interesting. This is what I need to write. I need to write Nick Concar Senior. My husband is Nick. I also have a nephew named Nick, so that could cause some confusion. Why would I invite my husband to my dream dinner? And then Bob Ross. Bob Ross. Okay, there we go. So now they're all named. And like I said, I will figure out, I will add something from one of, well, let's look. Let's look at what we have here. So we have 8 dream dinner guests. What do you suppose the chances are? Let's look at the back of the packaging instead of just digging. Oh, yeah, no chances. I was hoping that we might have a number 8. Wouldn't that be perfect to go right there? They'd be my 8 dream dinner guests. But there is no. Now I could find another 8 somewhere else. So that's a thought, right? That is a thought. What else do I have in here? Oh, might be too big. Let's see. I really wish there was a number like that. Oh, I wonder if I could fake it. I might be able to fake that. I think something like this. Yeah, that would be way too big. That doesn't work. All right, so let's think about this for a minute. What if we did this and we figured out a way, but I wouldn't put the green there because there's a green right there. I'd do a different number. If we figured out a way to stamp on top of something and then place it over that, I think that's kind of what we're going to do. Yes, I could create a number with number stamps, absolutely. But what I liked about this, I liked kind of this label look, right? So if we did that, let's find a number. Let's find a number. So this way too big. Da, 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 da. Let's see, numbers. That's going to be too big for that. So let's go back to our Poe numbers. We might be able to find a number there. Poe numbers. So if we pulled one of these, which one would we pull? Now, I will tell you, I have lots more number stamps that are not Layle by mail. That would be, oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute here. What if, but they're all upstairs, but what if I do what this would this fix it? I don't know. It might be really plain. These are retired, but that is now boarding. And no, it won't. It's not big enough. All right, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to I'm going to put it there for now. And then I will look at my entire stash of number stamps and figure out what I want to add there. Hello, Miss Booten. Are you back from your cruise, your teaching working cruise? Vicky has had a very crazy schedule. We were together in Japan, and then she was home for 3 days and left on a cruise. Now, working cruise, and believe you me, that is there's that it sounds like a must be nice. But it's a lot of work, especially, she's teaching the whole time. I think she had 50 people there. So, yes, now it's nice to be working on a cruise ship. Oh, you're at the beach on the cruise. Okay, awesome. Well, look what we did. We used Artful Moments and we cut up your tag paper and created little picture frames of our dream dinner guests. Or that's what I did. This I have to fix because you don't have an 8 in the journal bits or the journaling bits, right? So I'm going to stamp over that and I'll make my own 8. If I was you, I'd be able to take my 5 and draw it in and, well, okay, hold on. Let's just see. Should we ruin the 5? Because I'm pretty certain that's what's going to happen when I take the 5 and try to turn it into an 8. But I think we could try. So let's try that and then we will call it a day. Here's my 5. So, the challenge is, can I take a black pen and so guess what? It's a living large. It's a lot of work, hard work. Because she is, when she does that, and really this is no matter where you're teaching, um, no matter where you're teaching, okay, we're trying, we're going to see. Am I going to draw a russet potato again? I actually have now drawn an upside down egg and an inverted egg. My drawing skills are subpar, I'm telling you right now. So the nice thing is, if it doesn't work, guess what? It doesn't work. We just don't have a 5 to use anymore. Now we've got this little curly Q here. So I'm not really worried about the curly Q because I think I can maybe add a heart. I'll just add like a heart die cut over that. I mean, a little heart sticker. Because these are my dream dinner guests. Now I'm very much concentrating. So whatever's happening in the chat, I am missing. Okay, there's the bottom of an 8. Now it looks like a 6. I know, russet potato. You guys are going to be teasing me for years about the russet potato. Oh Lord, help us. Yeesh. Well, my top of my 8 is way bigger than the bottom of my 8. How is this going to work, Layle? Well, let's see what happens here. It's kind of whatever it is, isn't it? Oh, this is going to be funny, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. At this point, I could have just stamped a freaking yellow label and stamped inside of an 8. It kind of looks like, you know what it looks like? It looks like a Kokeshi doll with the straight bangs across the top. All right. So, oh, but wait. Oh, but wait. But wait. Mary, I just looked. I saw that. Flip it over so the bigger part's on the bottom, right? That looks way better, doesn't it? But it looks like a Kokeshi doll. You know, the little wooden Japanese dolls that have the straight bangs. Are we getting better? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm a dingling. Guess what we're going to do? I'm such a dingling. Some of you I know are yelling at me. You're probably yelling, Layle, 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 get out your self healing cutting mat and get out your craft knife and just cut the inside of that frame out, right? But I think we're going to do the orange because I feel like the yellow is, we've got yellow here, yellow, orange looks way better. So we're going to pop this back off and I am going to just cut out the inside. Okay, so now it takes a very steady hand. All right, first cut. Second cut. Oh, I've been way off my water consumption, friends. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to go back in 6 weeks and she's going to be like, you don't sound any better. What have you been doing? And I'll be like, oh, well, I got too into my X-Acto knife in one of my lives and forgot to drink my water. And then I'm also said to her, I'm like, do you know how many times I'm going to have to stop to go to the bathroom if I drink that much water? Um, in, however many hours. And she's like, well, do you want to be able to use your voice or not? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah. Okay. Now it's a little sticky because ding, 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 ding. All right, there we go. Whoopsie. Didn't quite get through those corners. All right, so we now have our frame. We could use the 4 later if we wanted to. We now have our frame. Our frame will go here. All right, and then we will put our 8 inside. And I pulled off a little bit of the paper when I lifted that back up. That's all right. So it's interesting, Carol. It comes and goes. Um, I was talking to my mom the other day and she's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then we talked for 5 more minutes and she's like, oh, okay. Now I know. Okay. There we go. Yes. And now all I have to do is stamp an 8 in there. So let's see. We can't use Reggie numbers large. Wait, do we have other Reggie numbers? I think, don't we? We do. 8. There we go. You know what? It probably is, Carol. It could be that I've had more than I normally do. All right, opening the drawer. Sorry for the kind of movement there. All right, here we go. Here's our 8. We for sure need a pencil board here. So, did I put it away? Nope, it's right here. These are my 8 dream dinner guests. And actually, really, I didn't need to put 8 there because we can count that there are 8. But I really did that because I had that extra space there. We needed to fill the space. And that was an easy way to fill the space. Problem solved. There we go. 8 dream dinner guests. And now, for my next act. Yeah, no. And now I feel like there's one more thing that we need here. And I want to say it needs to be, I think we still need to add a heart there just because it's just that number is that number is a little bit the number is a little bit smaller than the frame. Now these are all puffy. I don't think we want puffy hearts because that will cause a problem. And I think pretty much everything I have is puffy hearts. So I am going to leave that heartless for now. Maybe, hang on. Just looking to see what I have here. Surely there's a heart in here. There is, and don't call me Shirley. Okay, so no heart, but guess what? How about a cute little butterfly? I think that would be cute. And I think this pink and orange butterfly would be cute. Let's do it. My tweezers go. Oh, here we go. Water. I know, water. Okay, quick. Yes, airplane joke. Yep, airplane joke. I'm glad you got that, Carol. Okay, that was 2 big sips. 4 big sips. One more. It's almost gone. All right, got our little butterfly here. Just our little space filler. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. There are my 8 dream dinner guests. Only thing I have to do is come back and I need to find a photo. And I think I have one. A photo of Nick's dad. And then I will print that off and put it right there. And there you go. All right, friends, we did it. We got our 3 lists done in a little over 4 hours. That's not too bad. Our dinner guests. We have this. We'll go back to this one first. This things that made me smile. And this one took a while, right? It took a while for us to create our little frame there, our little peekaboo frame. I still will go in and kind of add a few more to back that right there. Things that made me smile. And then, oh, Reggie's at the door. This is our current movies list that I am now going to take. I'm going to go find a TV guide at the grocery store. And that will be the background of my page. I'm going to do TV guide pages on there, and then I have that kind of that fun little TV set that will go on. All right. Let's see. Um, I just need to flip the camera. Reggie, I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry. He's scratching at the door. All right, let's do this, friends. Let me unplug, and I am going to rotate the camera. So it's going to be a little wobbly for a minute. Just know that, ooh, lots of wobbly. Hang on. Like the Weebles. That's, you're getting a close up of my hand. Um, Hopefully, we are, I don't know, maybe a month away. We'll have to see. There's a lot happening in the next month. Little Craft Fest. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Um, until I have all the rest of the setup in. And what I mean by the rest of the setup is, I mean having the cameras and all that, and then we'll have no more of the weird rotating and all that weird stuff that goes on. All right. Okay, Reg, I know. Now he's sitting, of course, he's sitting right in front of us now. He is sitting right in front of me on the desk, and now I am petting him. So he's going to be much happier now. All right, my friends, thank you for joining me today. That was so much fun. I had so much fun. I was really looking forward today. I was very excited to list this morning. Yeah, so I hope you learned something, or that you felt like you were being social because it felt like we were all in the room together, or you enjoyed seeing the cat sprawling on my work surface, or humor, or a tip or trick about stamping, or you just had some creative time. Whatever it was. Thank you for joining me. Boy. Thank you for joining me. And when I'll see you next is probably, hopefully, maybe you'll be there, April 15th, which is in a couple days. At what time did I say? I haven't said what time of the night. I think we'll do it 7. We'll do 6 p.m. Pacific time, April the 15th, which is a Wednesday. I will be doing a live reveal of the April product release. All right. And then we are listing again next Saturday, which will be the 18th. Well, Reggie, which will be the 18th of April. And then we will not be listing the weekend after that because it's Little Craft Fest. So that is the plan, my friends. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a great Saturday, and hope to see you on Wednesday for the reveal. And if not, maybe next Saturday. And if not, maybe I'll see you at Little Craft Fest. Or if not, then hopefully I see you on the interwebs here sometime soon. Thanks for watching, you guys, today. Bye bye. Go Masters. Oh yeah. Now he's all excited because he thinks we're leaving the room. And he's like sprinted to the other. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out where the X is. He sprinted to the other side of the desk because he thinks we're leaving. And we are.